Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grim Member. Tonight's story, we're covering the lore of Fabius Bile. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment on videos and topics in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor or the Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get into the madness.
Terror had not yet learned to call itself holy. It was merely old. Old beyond reverence. Old beyond shame. Old beyond the brittle pride of the warlords who had carved dominions from its poisoned bones. Its seas were scars of chemical memory. Its skies were choked with the breath of dead engines and burning manufactoria. Its mountains were crowned with citadels, observatories, gene vaults, and palaces built upon the ruins of palaces, every stone mortared with dynasty blood. In northern Europa, where the wind came down from knife-edged peaks and sang through iron galleries, the minor noble houses still pretended they possessed dignity. They wore antique silk over void-sealed underlayers. They drank from crystal while their servants filtered radiation from the water. They spoke of lineage in halls decorated with fossilized skulls, gene-harvested hunting beasts, and banners taken from enemies whose names had been deliberately burned from record. Among them was a child named Fabius. He remembered little of that life in later centuries. Memory, like flesh, was editable. Some recollections rotted, some were cut away, some were preserved because they served a purpose. He remembered music from chambers with high ceilings. He remembered books bound in real leather, an obscenity of wealth even then. He remembered the smell of antiseptic beneath perfume, and the way old nobles hid their wasting diseases beneath cosmetics, augmetic jewelry, and surgical poise. He remembered their weakness most clearly. They called themselves refined. He saw tremors in their hands. They called themselves pure. He saw lesions under their collars, pox scars on the servants who dressed them, congenital defects hidden behind masks of porcelain and gold. The noble houses bred like careful animals, pairing bloodlines according to charts older than some fortress cities, and still they decayed. Their heirs were beautiful until their organs failed. Their patriarchs spoke of destiny through teeth anchored into diseased gums. Their hunters boasted of courage, while their physicians replaced poisoned livers and cut tumours from their bones. Fabius watched it all with purple eyes that did not soften. He was not cruel then, not in the common sense. Cruelty suggested heat. It suggested appetite, anger, joy taken from the suffering of another. Fabius had none of that. He was colder than cruelty. He was observation given human shape. The hunting rooms were his first cathedral. Great beasts brought down on the slopes were dragged across black marble by chain gangs and gutted beneath chandeliers made from polished horn. Other children flinched when bellies opened and steaming viscera spilled across the floor. Fabius leaned closer. He studied the arrangement of muscle, tendon, organ, and bone. He noted how long nerves twitched after the head was severed. He watched blood pressure fail. He asked why one beast struggled longer than another after the same wound. The household chirurgeons indulged him at first. Noble children often became fascinated with death before they learned manners. Then they became unsettled. He began with dead animals, birds with fractured wings, hounds culled for aggression, mountain predators whose bodies were too expensive to waste. He opened them with scavenged blades and pinned their tissues flat with silver needles stolen from a tailoring room. He compared organs. He cut away disease and watched what remained. When servants discovered him in a cold preparation chamber, hands dark to the wrist, face expressionless above the parted ribs of a gene-bred mastiff, they recoiled as if they had found a murderer. Fabius only looked up and said, "The left lung was malformed. It should never have passed breeding inspection." The servants beat one another in private for losing sight of him. They did not beat him. Bloodline had its own armour. Later, he found better teachers, physicians, anatomists, war surgeons retained by the house to treat dueling wounds and battlefield trauma, men with augmetic hands and hollow eyes, men who had served warlords, tyrants and petty kings before bending the knee to stronger masters. They taught him chemical sedation, nerve mapping, emergency amputation, graft maintenance, infection control, and the sacred cowardice of triage. They taught him that the body was a system. Fabius learned a harsher truth. The body was an argument, and most bodies argued poorly. He learned to make them quiet. Obedience fascinated him almost as much as anatomy, not loyalty. Loyalty was poetry written by commanders to decorate the fact that men feared punishment. Obedience was measurable. Apply pain here, and the hand withdrew. Stimulate a gland, and aggression rose. Starve a subject, and hierarchy altered. Introduce fever, and judgment decayed. To rule flesh, one did not need speeches, laws, or crowns. One needed understanding. He watched household armsmen drill beneath storm-glass roofs while thunder rolled over Europa. They marched, fired, reloaded, knelt, and rose in formation. Their sergeants roared until veins stood in their necks. Fabius listened to the rhythm of command and response and thought of nerves, tendons, impulses. An army was a body was an army. Both could be improved. Both could be made to obey. When the emperor's wars drew closer, even the mountain houses learned fear. Not the fear of raiders or rival dynasties, but the deeper fear of inevitability. Armies bearing thunderbolt and lightning standards crushed the techno-barbarian kingdoms one by one. Gene-forged warriors strode through cities that had defied history. The old tyrants died screaming, kneeling, or atomized beneath guns that spoke with the voice of a new age. The master of mankind took terror by the throat and called it unity. The nobles of northern Europa bowed. They always would have. Their pride was a garment, not a spine. Fabius saw the emperor only at a distance, once, amid a procession of gold, lightning, and armoured giants. The sight did not move him to worship. He had not yet learned the full measure of what stood before him. He saw instead the warriors, the legions Astartes, taller than men, broader than any aristocrat's champion, armoured in thunder and purpose. They moved with the economy of predators and the discipline of surgical instruments. They were not human. They were not machines. They were proof. Flesh could be corrected. Selection came not as an honour in his mind, but as confirmation. The Third Legion took him while he was still young enough for transformation and old enough to understand ambition. Others wept when they left their houses. Fabius did not. His bloodline had provided him only a beginning. The Legion offered a future built from organs, doctrine, war, and engineered ascension. The aspirant halls were clean in the way execution chambers were clean. White stone, surgical lamps, steel restraints, gene-lock doors. Incense burned to mask the smell of opened bodies, though no incense could fully conquer the reek of cauterized meat, chemical preservative, and fear sweat. The instructors of the Third Legion did not bellow like common drill masters. They spoke with polished severity. Their armour was purple and white, marked with the thunderbolt and rayed sun of the Legion's earliest heraldry. They carried themselves with the formal arrogance of warriors who believed excellence was not a virtue, but the minimum price of continued existence. "You have been chosen," said one of them. a captain whose face was noble enough to have been sculpted and hard enough to have been hammered. That does not make you worthy. It makes you available for judgment. The third does not tolerate weakness. The third does not excuse imperfection. The third does not forgive failure hidden behind effort. You will be remade, or you will die beneath the knife. There is no dishonor in death. There is only dishonor in inadequacy. The aspirants around Fabius stood silent. Fabius looked at the surgical tables beyond the captain and asked, "What percentage of failures occur from rejection rather than operative error?" The captain regarded him for a long moment. One of the apothecaries laughed softly. "You asked the first useful question." The surgeries were agony hidden behind narcotic fog. New organs were implanted in stages. Blood was rewritten. Bone was taught to drink minerals and become denser than nature intended. Muscle swelled, tore, healed and swelled again. The body raged against improvement with fever, spasms, hemorrhage and madness. Some aspirants died with their backs arched so violently their spines cracked against the restraints. Some drowned in their own fluids. Some woke changed in ways the apothecaries did not permit to live. Fabius endured. He did more than endure. He watched when he could. He learned the smell of rejection. He learned the colour of organ death. He learned which apothecaries had steady hands and which hid hesitation behind ritual. Pain became data. Fear became irrelevant. When his body trembled, he judged the tremor. When fever took him, he counted the rhythm of his hearts and listened to the machinery feeding him life. He became legion, not swiftly. Nothing worth preserving happened swiftly. The boy from Europa died by increments, cut away in surgeries, drowned in chemical baths, erased under hypno-indoctrination, and remade beneath the will of the emperor's architects. What rose from the slab was taller, stronger, faster, sharper. A transhuman weapon clad first in pale flesh and later in ceramite. Golden-haired, purple-eyed, beautiful by the standards of the Legion. Beautiful, and already too empty in the places where brotherhood was supposed to grow. The Third Legion demanded perfection before it understood the cost of the word. Its warriors were immaculate. Their warplate shone. Their formations aligned with mathematical grace. Their blades were maintained like relics. Their bolters were cleaned until each weapon seemed less manufactured than consecrated. They practiced speeches as they practiced sword forms. Even their anger was disciplined. Even their pride wore a ceremonial edge. Among such warriors, Fabius excelled because he did not mistake perfection for appearance. To him, a polished breastplate meant nothing if the organs beneath it were failing. A flawless salute did not impress him if the hand trembled from cellular degradation. A warrior's oath was wind. His gene seed was truth. The blight taught the Third Legion terror. At first it was a whisper in the apothecarian, spoken only behind sealed doors and under the murmur of purification engines. A deviation, a corrupted sample, a progenoid that showed malignant growth. Then another, stored genetic material, already wounded by treachery and contamination, betrayed the legion that depended on it. Tumours bloomed in organs that should have been sacred. Implantation cycles failed. New brothers died before they could earn names in battle. Veterans sickened beneath perfect armour, their bodies turning traitor cell by cell. The legion hid its panic beneath ceremony. Fabius didn't bother hiding his fascination. The apothecarian became his kingdom before he had any right to call it so. He worked beneath white lumen strips while warriors of the Emperor's children convulsed on adamantium slabs. Their armor had been cut from them in sections. Their black carapace plugs leaked dark fluid. Their reinforced bones broke restraint locks when seizures took them. One warrior bit through his own tongue and sprayed blood across the chest of an attending serf. Another's chest split around a swelling mass that pressed between his ribs like a second heart trying to be born. The stink was magnificent in its honesty, blood rich with transhuman chemistry, burned hair, antiseptic, ruptured bowel, ozone from overworked quarter tools, the copper heat of a body refusing to surrender. "Hold him," Fabius said. The serfs obeyed because the legionaries would not. 3 mortal assistants threw their weight against one thrashing arm. It barely mattered. The dying Astartes slammed them aside and sent one skidding across the floor with his skull cracked open against the base of a surgical engine. Fabius did not look at the corpse. Useless pressure. Pin the joint, not the limb. An apothecary beside him snarled, "He is still our brother." "He is a failing system," Fabius replied. "Brotherhood has no diagnostic value." The warrior on the slab screamed through a mouthful of blood. "Save me." Fabius leaned over him. His gauntlets were red to the elbow, the white plates beneath almost lost under arterial spray. The warrior's chest was open. Enhanced organs pulsed wetly under retractors. One progenoid mass had swollen black, veined with pale threads, a blasphemous pearl of ruin nestled in meat. "Be silent," Fabius said. "Your panic is corrupting the rhythm of your hearts." The warrior tried to curse him. The curse collapsed into a wet choking sound as Fabius cut deeper. He worked with obscene calm. Clamp, slice, drain, quarter, extract, sample, compare. The tools changed hands so quickly that the serf struggled to keep pace. He opened glands that no mortal surgeon would have understood. He peeled tissue from implanted organs. He cut away tumours, not to heal, but to measure. He watched the blights, patterning beneath magnification, and felt something almost like admiration. It was elegant in the way a siege was elegant. It did not merely kill. It compromised succession. It murdered the future. Around him, the apothecarian filled with the sound of failing demigods. A captain entered, helm beneath one arm, face pale with anger and something he believed was grief. "Apothecary Fabius," he said, each syllable honed. "You will remember that these are warriors of the 3rd Legion. They are not carrion for your amusement." Fabius did not turn from the opened body. "Carrion teaches as well as living tissue, Lord Captain. Sometimes better. It complains less." The captain's jaw tightened. "You speak too freely. I speak accurately. You tread near insult. No, I stand within necessity. Insult is for those with time to indulge ornament." The captain stepped closer. He was magnificent, a killer bred and trained into nobility. Every inch the Emperor's design refined by Legion discipline. Yet his eyes flicked to the slab, to the tumours, to the organs that should not have failed and were failing still. "Can you detect it?" he asked at last. Fabius removed a strip of diseased tissue and placed it into a vial. The fluid within turned cloudy, then bruised black. "Yes." The word was small. It struck the room like a shell impact. The captain looked down at the dying warrior. "Can you cure it?" Fabius paused, not from uncertainty, but because the question offended the purity of the moment. "Not yet." The captain heard only hope. Fabius heard only permission. After that, the executions began. The Emperor's children did not rage against the verdicts. They accepted them with the cold splendor of men who had built their souls around the worship of flawlessness. Infected warriors were not pitied in public. They were not embraced. They were named, judged, thanked for service, and killed. Bolt pistols spoke in sterile chambers. Blades opened throats. Bodies were given to the apothecarian because sentiment could not be allowed to waste usable matter. Fabius mapped them all. Every sample, every deviation, every failed implantation, every hidden lesion beneath the black carapace, every discrepancy between noble posture and corrupted gland. He built charts from blood. He built patterns from death. He built his first true web from the ruined inheritance of his own legion. Some brothers began to call him the Spider. At first, it was mockery. "There he goes," murmured a swordsman outside the surgical vaults, voice smooth with aristocratic disdain. "Back to his web." Another laughed. "Mind his hands. Spiders drink their prey hollow." Fabius stopped before them. He looked at the swordsman, then at the warrior beside him, and his gaze lowered briefly to the subtle tremor in the second legionary's left hand. "You should report to the apothecarian," he said. The laughter died. The second warrior's expression hardened. "I am fit for duty." "No," Fabius said. "You are proud. It is a common diagnostic obstruction." The swordsman stepped forward. "You forget yourself, apothecary. I remember myself perfectly. That is why I remain useful." The trembling warrior was dead by evening. His extracted organs confirmed infection. His name was recorded with honor. His body was reduced to knowledge. The nickname remained, the Spider. Fabius accepted it because it was accurate enough for lesser minds. A spider understood patience. A spider did not chase when architecture could compel. A spider survived by tension, pattern, and stillness. A spider knew that struggling prey only bound itself tighter. Yet even as his importance grew, the blight marked him as well. He discovered it alone. His own samples betrayed him beneath glass and lumen glow. The reaction was unmistakable. His tissue carried the same slow doom, the same insult, the same biological treason. For a moment, there was silence in the chamber, except for the cycling of preservation engines and the distant murmur of legion serfs chanting maintenance litanies they did not understand. Fabius stared at the evidence of his imperfection. Another warrior might have felt horror. Another might have confessed. Another might have knelt before legion law and accepted execution as a necessary offering to the ideal. Fabius felt irritation. His death would be wasteful. The legion could afford to lose swordsmen. It could afford to lose captains, champions, duelists, and banner bearers. It could not afford to lose the mind that had found the blight, named it, tracked it, and begun to understand its hunger. So he corrected the record. A sample was exchanged. A file was altered. A brother whose genetic profile resembled his own was summoned, tested, condemned, and executed with full honours. The warrior died upright, proud even in disgrace, thanking the legion for the mercy of purity. Fabius watched from the edge of the chamber and felt nothing. Not guilt, not triumph, not relief, only confirmation. Morality was a crude instrument, useful for governing populations and restraining fools. Necessity was cleaner. Years folded into war. The Third Legion endured by discipline, bloodletting, and the relentless cruelty of its own standards. The Emperor gave them their name after betrayal was answered with loyalty so absolute it became legend. The Emperor's Children, a title of impossible pride, a title that wrapped around the legion like a blade wrapped in silk. Then came Chemos, then came Fulgrim. Word of the primarch's rediscovery moved through the legion like a controlled detonation. Warriors who had faced extinction without flinching stood in silence when they heard. Some wept in private. Some polished their armor until their hands cramped. Some swore oaths before banners and relic blades. The lost father had been found, the genetic source, the exemplar, the living answer to every flaw. Fabius listened to the reports and understood what his brothers were too reverent to say. Fulgrim was not merely a father, he was a resource beyond calculation. When the Primarch's gene stock began to restore what the blight had almost stolen, the Legion praised salvation. Fabius studied the process with a hunger that had nothing to do with worship. Pure material from the source, untainted lineage. A corrective flood poured into a dying system. The Third Legion expanded again. Its future, once strangled in the cradle, opened like a wound held wide for surgery, yet not for him. His own corruption remained beyond simple reimplantation. The blight in him was not banished by miracle. It had made its nest too deeply. It would return in cloned samples. It would flower again through the organs meant to save him. Fulgrim's perfection preserved the Legion, but Fabius remained condemned. He should have resented that. Instead, he learned from it. Perfection was not mercy. Perfection was not fairness. Perfection selected. It elevated what could serve and discarded what could not. He would simply have to become too necessary to discard. The first time Fulgrim's shadow fell across his work, Fabius was elbow deep in the chest cavity of a dying legionary. The apothecarian had been prepared for inspection, but no preparation could make that chamber beautiful in the way the Third Legion preferred beauty. It was too honest, too wet, too full of metal trays bearing organs, tissue samples, glands and vials of darkening blood. The dying warrior on the slab had once been flawless in parade formation. Now he was a ruin of opened ribs, exposed implants and twitching meat. The Primarch entered without haste. Silence followed him. Not imposed silence. Natural silence. The kind that came when every soul in a chamber recognized that something greater than hierarchy had arrived. Fulgrim was splendor-given war shape, a being of impossible grace, terrible beauty, and absolute expectation. The lumen light seemed lesser upon touching him. The polished armor of the captains around him seemed suddenly clumsy, their poise a child's imitation of perfection. Fabius did not kneel. His hands were inside a brother's body, and the operation was at a critical point. Several officers stiffened at the insult. Fulgrim only watched him. "You continue your labor," the Primarch said. His voice was music sharpened into command. Fabius sealed a rupturing vessel before answering. "The patient is dying, my lord. Can he be saved?" The obvious answer hung waiting. "Yes, my lord. By your will, my lord. I shall endeavour, my lord." The phrases of loyal sons, the ornaments of obedience. Fabius looked down at the warrior's exposed organs. The hearts were failing unevenly. The implanted systems were compromised. The blight had turned sacred architecture into treacherous growth. He had already learned more from this body in its collapse than he would have learned from its survival. "No," Fabius said. The officers drew breath as if struck. Fulgrim's eyes did not leave him. "Then why does he still live?" Fabius glanced at the legionary's face. The warrior stared upward, pupils wide, mouth working around a prayer to the Emperor, to the Legion, perhaps to Fulgrim himself. His pain was immense. His usefulness was not yet exhausted. "Because death is a door that closes upon data," Fabius said. "I have not finished listening." For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Fulgrim smiled. It was not a kind smile. It was worse than kindness. It was approval without restraint. "My sons speak often of perfection," said the Primarch. "Most understand only symmetry, victory, discipline, honor. You understand something deeper, apothecary. Fabius withdrew a glistening strand of diseased tissue with forceps. It pulsed weakly, alive with malignant defiance. I understand that nature is a poor craftsman, he said. Fulgrim stepped closer. His shadow covered the slab, the dying warrior, the instruments and Fabius's blood-slick hands. Then improve upon it. The words entered Fabius like a commandment, though he had never cared for commandments. Not an order to heal, not an order to preserve, not even an order to cure. Improve. The dying legionary shuddered. One heart stopped. The other thundered on in useless loyalty. Fabius looked at him and saw no brother, no tragedy, no sacred son of the emperor. He saw a failing mechanism, a library written in blood, a temporary arrangement of flesh about to surrender its secrets. The warrior whispered, "Brother." Fabius tilted his head, almost curious. Then he reached for the bone saw. "Be still," he said. "You are about to become useful." The Great Crusade did not conquer the stars with mercy. It came as fire in the void, as engine plumes and lance batteries, as the roar of human destiny amplified through macro-cannon throats. It came in white-hot lines of orbital bombardment that carved cities into glowing wounds. It came with the descent of thunderhawks through burning cloud cover, their armoured bellies coughing fire, their assault ramps dropping before they had fully kissed the earth. It came with tanks in spearhead formation, with predators grinding over barricades, with Sicaran battle tanks flensing towers apart under streams of autocannon fury, with land raiders advancing through ash and impact storms like moving fortresses from some older, crueler age. And at the head of one compliance action after another strode the Third Legion. The Emperor's children made war as if war itself could be made beautiful. Their advance was never a rabble of armoured giants. It was a killing pageant of perfect angles, overlapping fields of fire, flawless timing and aristocratic cruelty. Purple and gold ceramite shone beneath powder-blackened heavens. Plumes snapped in toxic wind. Blades were drawn in the same heartbeat across entire companies. Bolters rose with the harmony of an orchestra tuning before slaughter. When they fired, worlds listened. Bolter shells punched through rebel plate and detonated inside meat. Volkite beams turned charging infantry into flaring silhouettes of cooked bone and flash-boiled blood. Flamers poured sun-coloured death into trench lines, where men screamed until their lungs became steam. Chain blades shrieked into bodies by the hundred, chewing through ribs, helmets, arms, jawbones, and prayer charms with equal contempt. The Third Legion did not merely win battles. It corrected the enemy's presumption that resistance had ever been possible. Fabius walked among that correction with his narthecium raised and his mind elsewhere. By then, he was no minor apothecary moving in another shadow. He had become essential. He had become a presence in the Legion's blood, whispered of in apothecarian vaults, feared by aspirants, tolerated by captains, respected by those who understood that survival was not granted by courage alone. His white armour bore the purple of the Third and the red stains of his office, though no amount of cleansing ever truly restored its former brilliance. Blood found the seams. It darkened around the joints. It dried beneath the edges of his gauntlets. He wore it without pride or shame. Around him, a city was dying. It had been called Mornivalis by those who built it, a spire world of amber glass and armoured plazas, raised by a human culture that had survived Old Night by kneeling to engineered tyrants and bio-altered war kings. They had refused compliance with eloquence, ceremony, and 7 million riflemen. Fulgrim had granted them an answer worthy of their vanity. 3 days of orbital siege, 1 hour of armoured penetration. The final assault executed by the 3rd Legion, while army cohorts encircled the ruins and waited to inherit the bloodied silence. The enemy had filled the avenues with vat brutes and gene-spliced siege beasts. They died badly. That interested Fabius more than their strategy. One beast lay across a plaza in front of him, its bulk shattered open by Lascannon fire, its 4 hearts still spasming in sequence despite the fact that most of its head had been pulped into the marble steps of a government basilica. Its handlers were dead around it, reduced to meat rags by Emperor's children assault squads. Their collars still blinked with obedience signals. Fabius knelt beside the beast as artillery shrieked overhead. A shell struck a tower 2 streets away. The shockwave washed dust and glass over him. Smaller fragments rattled from his pauldron and helm. His retinal display registered the impacts, dismissed them, and presented more useful data: temperature, heart rhythm, tissue density, toxin resistance, adrenal flood. Curious, he murmured. His gauntlet blades opened the beast's chest cavity further. The flesh resisted him like layered rubber, then parted under the saw. Hot blood spilled across the plaza in a thick black sheet. A mortal serf behind him retched inside his rebreather and was wise enough to do so quietly. Vox traffic hissed in Fabius's helm. "Apothecary Bile," came Captain Arianus's voice, smooth despite the thunder of combat. "The left avenue is collapsing. The 12th squad has taken casualties. Your presence is required." "My presence is everywhere required," Fabius said. He cut deeper, separating vascular webbing from bone. "That is the nature of incompetence." A pause. Gunfire snarled over the channel. "They are your brothers." "At present, they are trauma events with names. Send coordinates." "They are dying." "All things are dying, Captain. The useful question is whether they are dying informatively." The channel crackled with restrained anger. "Attend them." Fabius rose, carrying a dripping gland in one hand. The beast's neural tissue still twitched between his fingers. He moved through the plaza without hurry. Not because he was slow, never that. He simply refused to let panic determine pace. Around him, Emperor's children's squads advanced by fire and blade, their movements devastatingly precise. One line knelt and fired. The next advanced through the gap. Heavy weapons reaped balconies where rebel officers tried to rally their men beneath banners painted with sunbursts and local saints. A Contemptor dreadnought strode through the plaza like a walking shrine to brutality, its assault cannon rotating with a hunger that turned barricades into mist and men into red vapor. Fabius stepped past the dying without looking down unless they wore legion colors. A human conscript reached for his ankle, half his lower body gone, his intestines trailing across broken stone in glistening ropes. The man's mouth opened and closed behind a cracked visor. Fabius paused only because the man's exposed organs showed evidence of crude modification. Reinforced bowel lining, secondary clotting sacs. Poor work, but ambitious. He bent, removed a sample, and continued walking while the man screamed himself empty behind him. 12th Squad had fallen inside a manufactorum chapel, where the rebels had turned devotional machinery into defensive emplacements. Cogitator banks burned along the walls. Suspended statues of pre-imperial saints dangled from chains, their faces shattered by bolter fire. Acid smoke pooled around the knees of the dead. The enemy had used biomines. They had grown the mines in vats and buried them under the flooring. each one a sack of corrosive enzymes wrapped around a proximity nerve cluster. Effective, crude, wasteful. 3 emperor's children lay broken among the dead. One had been reduced to a fused shape of armor and liquefied tissue. Another still moved, though his legs were gone below the thighs and the acid had eaten through the black carapace along his abdomen. The third had crawled 5 meters after his chest plate ruptured, dragging himself by one arm, leaving a smear thick enough to reflect the firelight. Fabius knelt beside the crawling warrior. Name. The legionary's helm had been removed. His face was beautiful in the way 3rd Legion faces so often were, even with the skin peeling from one cheek and blood bubbling between his teeth. His eyes found Fabius with difficulty. "Varus," he rasped. "Restore me. I can still fight." "No," Fabius said. Varus's remaining hand clenched on broken stone. "I am of the 3rd. You are currently an opened container suffering catastrophic systemic failure. I am a warrior of the Emperor's children. You were, moments ago. Now you are a specimen with limited remaining function." Varus tried to rise. The effort tore something inside him. His body jerked, and a clot the size of a fist slid from beneath his cracked breastplate. "Fulgrim," he whispered, half prayer, half demand. Fabius looked at the wound. The acid had exposed organ architecture with almost elegant brutality. The secondary heart struggled, compensating under corrosive contamination. His progenoid remained intact, better than intact, isolated by the angle of the damage, recoverable. "Hold still," said Fabius. "Give me a weapon." "I am." The Narthesium punched through Varus's ruined torso. The legionary arched and roared. The sound filled the manufactorum chapel, amplified by cracked walls and hanging chains. Fabius ignored it. The drill bit through ceramite and fused rib. Blades spread the wound. His extractor arm found the progenoid and clamped around it with delicate brutality. Blood pumped over the tool in rhythmic surges, striking his wrist, his forearm, his chest plate. Varus's eyes burned. "Brother," Fabius's voice remained flat. "Do not misuse that word. It implies equivalence." He pulled the gland free. Varus died before the second heart stopped. His face remained locked in affront, as if death itself had offended his sense of station. The serfs behind Fabius prepared the canister. One fumbled the seal. Fabius turned his helm fractionally. "Again," he said. The serf's hands shook as he tried to secure the gene seed. Distant shellfire hammered the building. Dust fell in curtains. The Vox filled with reports of enemy counterattack. Fabius watched the serf's trembling fingers. "If you contaminate that gland," he said, "I will use your nervous system to test the acid mines." The seal clicked shut. Acceptable. The second surviving legionary was beyond speech. Fabius worked over him beneath the shifting glow of burning machinery. Surgical lamps mounted on servo skulls descended from behind him, their beams cutting through smoke and blood vapour. Under that cold light, war became an operating chamber. The fallen legionary's armour was split open plate by plate. His muscles spasmed under exposed nerve bundles. Augur Redout screamed failure in Fabius's helm, warning runes crowding his vision. Primary heart ruptured, secondary heart fibrillating, osmodular rejection markers rising, Laraman cell response abnormal, neuroglottis hemorrhage, progenoid viable. He worked faster. Clamp, cut, extract, seal, record. Outside, the 3rd Legion advanced. Inside, Fabius harvested the future from the bodies of warriors who had failed to keep possession of it. He had long ago stopped asking whether a brother could be saved as the first question. Sentiment made poor triage. Hope killed as surely as infection when permitted to override probability. The better question was always cleaner. What can be learned before he expires? From Mornivalis, he learned that acid-based area denial caused higher rates of black carapace exposure than thermal weapons, but left progenoid recovery unexpectedly viable if intervention occurred within 4 minutes. From the Spire War of Illyric Novum, he learned that rebel graviton mines pulverized skeletal reinforcements in patterns that could be predicted by armor posture. From the Ghoul Star's pacification, he learned that certain Xenos neurotoxins rendered even Astartes' reflexes unreliable while leaving memory intact for several seconds after motor collapse. Memory after motor collapse had uses. He built tables. He built combat injury maps. He matched squad formations against wound type, enemy weaponry against survival duration, atmospheric conditions against clotting efficiency, pride against compliance with emergency orders. Captains saw battlefields as lines, objectives, kill ratios, and victory conditions. Fabius saw them as anatomy. A legion, too, could be dissected. The war on murder confirmed much of what he had already suspected and revealed several things he had not yet dared to name. Murder was a planet that should have been purged from orbit until its continents cracked. Instead, honor and distress signals drew legions down into its killing grounds. The air itself seemed to hate the lungs that breathed it. The ground was a butcher's table of chitin, mud, blood, and razor growths. The megarachnids moved like nightmares, given claw and hunger, their bodies all blade limbs, armored torsos and alien fury. They came in swarms through mist and corpse fog, shrieking across plains where the dead of the blood angels lay opened beneath an ugly sky. Fabius remembered the first blood angel corpse he cut open there. The warrior's armor had been rent from collar to groin. The megarachnid strike had unfolded him in a way no human weapon would have managed. His face was visible through a cracked helm, serene despite the ruin of his body. The sons of Sanguinius possessed a beauty different from the third, less cultivated, more sorrowful, a sculptor's grief rather than a courtier's pride. Fabius found it mildly irritating. "Leave that one," said an Emperor's children's sergeant nearby. "He is not ours." Fabius did not stop cutting. His organs disagree. The design language is familiar. He is 9th Legion. He is Data. The sergeant's blade was already wet with Xenos ichor. His tone sharpened. "There are proprieties." Fabius looked up. Around them, murder's killing fields stretched into haze. Blood angels and Emperor's children fought in overlapping pockets of red, purple, and gold. Chitin bodies burst under bolter fire. Chain blades died clogged with alien fiber. Men who called one another cousins were being torn apart by things that did not know the meaning of lineage. "Proprieties are for courts," Fabius said. "We are standing in an abattoir." He continued. Blood Angel's physiology was Astartes' physiology, yes, but with its own refinements, its own vulnerabilities, its own mysteries. Their gene seed carried artistry of a different order. Their dead yielded comparisons the 3rd Legion could not provide alone. Fabius harvested from them when he could, openly when permitted, discreetly when not. Wounded sons of Sanguinius received his attention if their own apothecaries were dead or absent. Some thanked him through bloody mouths. Their gratitude did not survive long when they realized he was not always trying to preserve them. One Blood Angel officer, his winged helm split and his right arm hanging by strands, seized Fabius by the vambrace as the apothecary opened the seal beneath his breastplate. "By the throne," the angel growled. "Are you saving me or butchering me?" Fabius studied the wound. The megarachnid venom had already reached the secondary heart. Fascinating speed. The angel's pain response remained controlled, though his pupils betrayed increasing neural burn. "Yes," Fabius said. The angel stared at him. That was not an answer. It was. "You are too injured to appreciate its elegance." "I can still stand." "No, you can still believe." The angel tried to laugh and coughed blood instead. "You emperor's children are all arrogance." "Not all. Some of my brothers mistake decoration for excellence. I do not." A megarachnid shrieked nearby and came bounding through the fog, limbs cutting, mandibles wide. Fabius did not look away from the wound. The blood angel's remaining hand found a combat blade. He hurled it past Fabius with the last precision of a dying demigod. The blade struck the Xenos in one eye cluster. It staggered. An Emperor's Children's squad reduced it to rupturing chitin with massed bolter fire. The angel smiled through red teeth. "There, still useful." "For another 11 seconds, Fabius said. He extracted the venom-swollen tissue before the angel died. Murder became a ledger written in corpses. The megarachnids taught lessons in armor breach, shock trauma, venom propagation and limb loss under conditions of sustained melee. The blood angels taught lessons in endurance, aesthetic genetic divergence and the irritating persistence of nobility under terminal damage. The Emperor's children taught the oldest lesson of all. Pride could keep a warrior upright after the body had already lost the argument. Fabius returned from the killing fields with more samples than honours. His brothers returned with tales. That was the difference between them. In the feasting halls aboard Legion vessels, they spoke of charges beneath poisoned skies, of perfect duels against alien horrors, of Fulgrim's praise, of formations held and banners raised. Their voices rang with polished grandeur. They wanted remembrance. They wanted witness. They wanted their deeds shaped into the architecture of Legion myth. Fabius stood at the edge of such gatherings, listening only when casualty patterns were mentioned. "You take no joy in victory," said Lord Commander Eidolon once, his voice carrying that trained blend of elegance and contempt that marked the upper echelons of the Third. Fabius regarded him. Eidolon was magnificent and knew it. Every plate of his armour gleamed. Every movement invited admiration. He embodied the Legion's hunger to be seen as flawless. "Victory is a conclusion," Fabius said. "I prefer process." Eidolon's lip curled. "You prefer corpses." "Corpses are honest." "Careful, apothecary. One might think you love the dead more than your living brothers." "One can improve the living," said Fabius. "The dead merely explain why improvement is necessary." Eidolon laughed, though there was no warmth in it. "The spider speaks in riddles again." "No, you hear riddles because direct statement wounds vanity." Several warriors nearby went still. Hands drifted towards sword hilts, not fully, not openly. The Third Legion had etiquette even for violence. Eidolon stepped closer. "You forget rank. I remember function. And what is my function? At present, to produce noise while I consider matters of consequence." The silence afterward was sharp enough to cut. Eidolon might have killed him for that in another moment, or tried. But Fabius had learned the protection of necessity. The Legion still needed him. Fulgrim still listened to him. The Blight's shadow had receded but not vanished. Gene seed required guardians. Perfection required maintenance. And Fabius was maintenance sharpened into a knife. By the end of the Great Crusade, his apothecarian no longer resembled a place of healing. Healing happened there when healing served. Warriors were restored to battle if restoration preserved useful assets. Limbs were replaced, organs stabilized, gene seed recovered, pains suppressed or intensified according to need. Yet beneath the formal function lay the truer kingdom of Fabius Bile. Samples from dozens of species floated in stasis cylinders. Xenos glands pulsed in nutrient gel. Failed grafts hung suspended like obscene fruit. Astartes organs were catalogued by legion, trauma source, degradation marker, and battlefield origin. Mortal subjects occupied restraint frames at the rear of the vault. Some criminals, some rebels, some purchased from compliant authorities who never asked what tithe they truly paid to the Imperium's future. Servo skulls drifted through the air, bearing scalpels, lights, injector rigs, and humming saws. The surgical lamps never dimmed. There were nights, though night meant little aboard a warship, when Fabius stood alone among the vaults and listened to the machines breathe. He reviewed casualty maps projected in pale light across the chamber. Not maps of territories, but bodies. Here, the average wound path of orc cleavers against Mark II plate. Here, the penetration patterns of crystal flechettes from the Hrud migrations. Here, Volkite overexposure in friendly fire incidents. Here, megarachnid venom spread through enhanced circulatory systems. Here, gene seed recovery loss among the 3rd compared to the 9th, 16th, and 10th. Numbers became anatomy. Anatomy became strategy. Strategy became prophecy. A legion could be made more resilient by doctrine, yes. Armor pattern, formation density, deployment timing. But the deeper solution lay beneath ceramite. Muscles could be encouraged toward greater contraction strength. Pain response could be altered. Clotting could be accelerated. Secondary organ redundancy could be expanded. Aggression could be heightened, restrained, redirected. Fear had already been cut from the Astartes soul in large measure, but other instincts remained. Instincts could be tuned. The Emperor had made warriors. Fabius began to suspect he had stopped too soon. That thought should have frightened him. It did not. It should have seemed blasphemous. The word had no weight. Blasphemy was merely disagreement declared criminal by those in power. He began with the smallest deviations, a stimulant refinement that kept a wounded warrior fighting for 40 heartbeats longer before collapse. A clotting enhancement tested on condemned mortal subjects, then quietly introduced in limited form among legionaries expected to see heavy melee. A pain filter adjustment that allowed continued motor function under trauma that would otherwise trigger reflexive hesitation. A muscle response trial buried in the treatment records of warriors already marked for dangerous deployments. Results mattered. Permission less so. One night, after a compliance action against a subterranean human empire whose soldiers had replaced their eyes with sonar organs and wore bone masks lacquered in their own blood, Fabius treated a grievously wounded Emperor's Children champion named Marius Virosian. Marius had killed beautifully that day. Everyone said so. He had held a breach for 6 minutes against a flood of pale underworld infantry, his chainsword screaming until its teeth broke, his bolter firing until the barrel glowed. When he was carried to Fabius, his abdomen was open and one lung hung in shredded ribbons. "Patch me," Marius said. Even dying, he sounded offended by inconvenience. "The Lord Commander expects me at the Triumph." Fabius activated the overhead lamps. "Your concern for ceremony is touching. I will not miss Fulgrim's address. You may miss your own survival." Marius laughed, then grimaced as his exposed organs shifted. "You always did mistake wit for wisdom, Spider." "No, I mistake neither. That is why I possess one, and you attempt the other." Marius bared bloodied teeth. "Do your work. I am considering an alteration. Will it restore me? Possibly. Will it improve me?" Fabius paused. There it was. Not save, not heal, improve. Perhaps Marius did not understand what he had asked. Perhaps he did. Among the Third Legion, ambition wore many masks. Yes, Fabius said. Then why are we still talking? Fabius opened him further. The operation lasted hours. Marius screamed once, and only once. That too was useful information. By the end, his body contained subtle changes that no standard apothecarian audit would easily detect. A modified stimulant gland support, adjusted pain response, reinforced clotting triggers. Nothing grand, nothing that would draw accusation. A promise, hidden in meat. Fulgrim summoned Fabius after reviewing the casualty recoveries from the campaign. The primarch received him in a chamber where war banners hung like frozen music and captured blades lined the walls. Fulgrim's presence made even victory trophies seem crude. He stood before a hololithic projection of the conquered world, watching compliance markers bloom across its continents. Officers waited nearby in reverent silence. They shone. They always shone in his presence, desperate to reflect even a fraction of him. Fabius entered in armour still marked by surgery. He had cleaned it, of course. He was not careless, but some stains had become part of him. Fulgrim did not turn at once. My sons speak of your work. My brothers speak often, my lord. A few officers stiffened. Fulgrim smiled faintly. They say the wounded return sooner. They say those who should have died stand again in battle. They say you cut too deeply and ask too many questions of flesh. All accurate. And do you deny exceeding accepted practice? No. That drew Fulgrim's full attention. His eyes were bright, impossible, ancient and young all at once. You confess easily. I am not confessing. I am reporting. Fulgrim descended the shallow steps toward him. Tell me, Fabius, what do you see when you look upon my legion? Fabius considered the answer demanded by rank. Glory, perfection, the Emperor's chosen, the finest blade in humanity's hand. He offered the truth instead. Potential constrained by reverence. A murmur passed through the gathered officers like a blade drawn half an inch from its sheath. Fulgrim's expression did not change. Explain. The Astartes form is magnificent, Fabius said. It is also incomplete. Battlefield evidence suggests repeated trauma vulnerabilities across multiple campaigns. Pain suppression can be refined. Organ redundancy can be expanded. Aggression response can be made more precise. Gene seed stability can be defended through active intervention rather than passive preservation. The Emperor created a foundation of unparalleled brilliance. He stopped there, because even he understood the value of silence before the final cut. Fulgrim stepped closer. And? Fabius met his father's gaze. And foundations exist to be built upon. The chamber went utterly still. Somewhere far away, perhaps in the ship's depths, engines rumbled with the patient hunger of the crusade. Worlds waited to be conquered. Species waited to be exterminated. Human civilizations waited to be told that survival required kneeling. The Imperium was still young enough to believe its own future was clean. Fulgrim looked at him for a long moment. Then the Primarch smiled, and in that smile, Fabius saw no rebuke, no horror, no restraint, only permission wrapped in perfection. You claim you can improve the work of the Emperor, Fulgrim said softly. Fabius lowered his head, not in worship, but in acknowledgement of the threshold before him. No, my lord, he said. I claim I can prove it. The galaxy did not break with a single scream. It cracked by increments. A message unanswered. A fleet translated from the warp with its guns already hot. A brother legion arriving beneath false colours. a compliance that became a massacre before the first formal challenge could be spoken. Oaths, once carved into the souls of demigods, proved thinner than skin under a scalpel. The Imperium had called itself eternal while still wet from birth, and Fabius Bile watched its bones begin to show through the meat. He did not mourn. Across the expedition fleets, officers spoke in sealed chambers of treachery, loyalty, destiny, fatherhood, and betrayal. Iterators wept into their hands. Remembrancers were silenced, recruited, executed, or made useful in other ways. Astropaths burned out their minds, hurling warnings through the immaterium. Legionaries, who had once shared wine, strategy, brotherhood, and blood, now checked the seals of their bolters before firing upon one another. Fabius understood the truth before most of them. Civil war was not merely rebellion. Civil war was access. Imperial law fractured, and with it went the tedious restraints that had clung to his work like tumor tissue. No more cautious petitions for restricted gene stock. No more explaining why certain surgical deviations were necessary. No more veiled disgust from mechanicum genitors who lacked his courage. No more waiting for battlefields to yield accidental discoveries. The galaxy had opened itself from throat to groin. Every legion carried secrets in its blood. Every corpse was a library. Every wounded warrior was a page torn loose and thrown into his hands. The heresy, others called it. Fabius called it opportunity. He had seen War Master Horus at council, long before the rot beneath the glory became visible to common eyes. Horus had possessed a predator's charisma, the kind of gravity that made warriors mistake obedience for love. He spoke to primarchs as brothers, to commanders as trusted sons, to mortal rulers as if their brief lives mattered. Fabius had not been seduced by the performance. He had admired the efficacy. Horus understood people as weapons. He aimed ambition, pride, and grievance with the skill of an executioner placing a blade. When the War Master's rebellion gathered form, Fabius's value became undeniable. Even those who loathed him wanted what his hands could provide: legion strength, gene seed restoration, accelerated growth, experimental augmentation, the breeding of replacements for wars that would consume Astartes faster than any crusade. Erebus came to him once in the shadowed vaults of a warship whose chapel decks smelled of incense, blood, and old lies. The word-bearer's armour was crimson, script-covered, devotional. His eyes were those of a man who had surrendered doubt and called the surrender revelation. "You stand near the heart of the new age, apothecary," Erebus said. Fabius did not look up from the slab. A legionary lay opened beneath him, organs pinned apart by servo claws. The warrior was conscious. Consciousness had been required for the current test. New ages are what priests call political rearrangements when they wish them to sound inevitable. Erebus smiled. "You deny the gods even now?" "I deny imprecision. The word God is a container for ignorance. Men pour fear into it and call the result truth. The warp has teeth. So does a saw. I do not worship it." The word-bearer's smile thinned. "Horus values your talents. So do others. There are secrets being gathered. Old secrets. The Emperor's own arrogance stolen from beneath his golden nose." At that, Fabius finally turned. Erebus offered him data, not in the crude sense of a slate handed from one soldier to another, but in fragments, promises, whispers of gene architectures and primordial templates. The Alpha Legion had touched hidden things. Omegon's hand, or the hand of one wearing that serpent's face, had delivered knowledge torn from the shadow of the Emperor's greatest work. Primarch project remnants, partial maps, incomplete pathways, glorious possibilities. Fabius studied the material later and saw the trap within the gift. Not immediately, never immediately. It was too subtle for lesser minds. Wrong ratios hidden beneath elegant formulations, missing suppressor sequences, beautiful lies placed where only genius would notice the gaps. Someone had stolen fire and mixed ash into it before passing it on. He laughed then, alone in the apothecarian, not with joy, not with amusement, with contemptuous appreciation. Omegon, he murmured, or perhaps only to the idea of Omegon. You understand after all. Knowledge should draw blood from the hand that takes it. He used the flawed data anyway. Caution was for those who believed survival and success were the same thing. Then came Istvan V, and the galaxy stopped pretending. The world was black ash, iron dust, and betrayal-given landscape. Bombardment had bruised the sky into a permanent twilight. The ground shook beneath the death of titans. Broken god machines lay across the plains like toppled cathedrals, their reactors bleeding poison fire into trenches filled with corpses. Banners snapped in chemical wind, their heraldry charred, trampled, or nailed to stakes by those who had once saluted them. The drop site massacre had ended as a battle and become something older. Butchery. The dead of legions lay in heaps so vast that even Fabius felt a kind of professional astonishment. Raven Guard bodies, pale beneath soot, where armor seals had split. Salamanders burned inside their own cracked plate, their flesh carbonized in postures of defiance. Iron hands in blackened ceramite, their augmetics still twitching, machine limbs clawing at soil long after the meat had died. Loyalist armor was shredded open by bolter fire, chain axes, volkite burns, plasma collapse, and betrayal at ranges close enough for killers to see recognition vanish from the eyes of the slain. It was glorious waste. Fabius moved through it with his chirurgeon unfolded behind him like a metal arachnid halo. The device had begun as an instrument. By Istvan, it was becoming an extension of his will. Jointed limbs rose from his back, bladed, needled, clawed and precise. They clicked softly when idle. They moved faster than mortal assistance and without the weakness of revulsion. One arm cut armor seals, another injected anticoagulant, a third restrained a thrashing limb, a fourth drew tissue into sterile containers. The narthecium on his gauntlet snarled and drilled, canisters filled, labels burned themselves into memory metal tags. Progenoid viable, a servo skull croaked beside him. I know, Fabius said. He knelt by an iron hand whose torso had been opened by a chain axe. The warrior was still alive, though little remained below his diaphragm, but wet machinery, spine, and leaking organ pulp. One augmetic eye tracked Fabius. Traitor! The iron hand voxed. The word came out in metallic ruin. Carrion physician. Still capable of insult. Noted. Fabius's tools entered him. The iron hand convulsed, remaining organic muscles bunching hard enough to tear against exposed bone. His mechanical hand snapped shut on Fabius's forearm. Ceramite creaked. You will die, the loyalist growled. Of course, Fabius said. Everything does. Some of us take precautions. The chirurgeon pierced the iron hand's neck joint and delivered a paralytic. The warrior's grip remained locked, but the rest of him stilled. His eye burned with undiminished hatred as Fabius opened the chest cavity wider. I had expected more interesting internal replacement, Fabius said. Your legion disappoints me. So much iron, so little imagination. He extracted what he needed while shells fell nearby. An explosion hurled dirt, bone chips, and pulverized ceramite across him. His armor registered damage. He ignored it. A dying raven guard crawled from beneath two corpses a few meters away. Black armor grey with ash, one arm missing, face hidden behind a cracked-beaked helm. Fabius watched him for a moment, judging movement efficiency under catastrophic blood loss. "Bring that one," he said. A pair of Emperor's children dragged the wounded warrior over. One had polished his blade between kills. The other hummed a battle cant, as if the field were a theatre, and he had played his part well. "Another for your jars, Spider," one asked. "Another for the future," Fabius said. The warrior laughed. "The future is Horus. The future will not remember most of you existed." The laughter ended. That was the rot within the Third Legion. It had not yet flowered fully into the shrieking excess of later millennia, but the seeds were already fertile. They strutted on massacre fields. They carved trophies from slain cousins. They praised perfection while mistaking cruelty for artistry. Some took prisoners not for interrogation, but for the refinement of terror. Some decorated their armor with skin because it made loyalists rage. Some killed in patterns, arranging bodies as if slaughter required composition. They wasted atrocity on self-expression. Fabius hated them for that more than he hated the loyalists. A loyalist, at least, was a coherent organism obeying a simple delusion. The Emperor's children were becoming unreliable instruments, distracted by applause only they could hear. He thought in centuries. They thought in sensations. In the ash storms after the massacre, survivors hid among the dead. Fabius permitted the hunts because they provided excellent testing conditions. His earliest true Tarata were ready. They had begun as captured Astartes, loyalists mostly. Some damaged traitors whose usefulness as brothers had expired. They had been restrained, opened, augmented, overloaded, rewired and broken. Their flesh was swollen with grafted muscle. Their bones had been reinforced beyond sane load tolerances. Their endocrine systems had been turned into chemical siege engines. Pain gates were severed, then rebuilt badly on purpose. Obedience had been burned into them through surgical mutilation, psycho-conditioning and implanted agony triggers. They were not warriors. Warriors made choices. Warriors understood banners, oaths, formation, and honor. The Tarata understood command stimulus and release. Fabius watched from the ridge of a broken trench as the first pack was unleashed into the ash. They wore remnants of armor bolted onto distended bodies. Their helms had been fused shut around altered skulls. Some crawled on elongated arms. Some ran hunched, knuckles striking the ground with enough force to crack stone. One still bore the green of a salamander beneath layers of surgical plating. Another had once been Raven Guard, though its wings of heraldry were lost beneath scar tissue, iron staples, and swollen gland sacs. A loyalist pocket fired from within a crater field. Bolters cracked. The Tarata charged. The first monster took 4 rounds to the chest. Each shell detonated inside the body, blowing out chunks of meat and broken rib. It did not slow. A 5th round took its jaw off. It leapt into the crater and tore a wounded salamander in half by pulling in opposite directions until the spine came apart with a wet series of pops. Another Tarata was decapitated by a power axe, but its body continued forward for 3 steps, arms flailing, before collapsing on top of the axeman and pinning him long enough for a second brute to crush his helm flat between both hands. Fabius watched the readouts. Adrenal response elevated beyond expected threshold, he said. An Emperor's children officer beside him chuckled. They fight like beasts. They are not fighting, they are demonstrating. The officer's armor bore fresh flayed skin across one pauldron. The flesh had been cut from a Raven Guard captain and lacquered to preserve its texture. He looked at the carnage below with bright delight. Demonstrating what? That the Astartes form can survive indignities the original architects lacked the courage to explore. The officer made a sign with 2 fingers, some new affectation borrowed from the lodge rituals crawling through the legions. The gods have opened all paths, brother, even yours. Fabius turned slowly. Do not call me brother when you speak of gods. You still cling to denial? I cling to standards. Faith is a symptom of weak minds presented as virtue. You hear laughter in the warp and kneel because you lack the discipline to ask what kind of throat makes the sound. The officer's amusement soured. Careful, Spider. Always. Below, the last loyalist survivor rose from the crater, missing his helm, face striped with blood and ash. A Raven Guard, young by Legion standards. He held a combat knife in one hand and a bolt pistol in the other. The Tarata circled him, twitching under chemical command. For a moment, through the storm, the survivor looked up and saw Fabius. There was hatred in that gaze. Good. Hatred preserved focus under trauma. Hold, Fabius voxed. The Tarata froze, muscles quivering. The Emperor's Children officer looked at him. Why stop them? I want to test obedience against prey stimulus. The Raven Guard staggered but did not flee. He aimed his pistol, fired. One round struck a Tarata's shoulder, bursting a grafted muscle bundle. The creature shrieked but did not advance. Remarkable, Fabius murmured. The loyalist fired again. This shot struck an implanted pain node. The Tarata's control signals spiked into chaos. It broke command and hurled itself forward. The rest followed, triggered by motion, blood, or primitive pack contagion. They fell upon the Raven Guard and reduced him to fragments in seconds. Limbs vanished under fists. His head was torn free with a length of spine attached. One Tarata tried to force the helmetless skull into its own chest wound, as if obeying some half-remembered surgical instruction without understanding. Fabius exhaled through his nose. Pain node shielding insufficient, he said. Pack discipline unstable under exposed nerve trauma. Increase reinforcement around the trigger lattice. The officer stared at the crater, then at him. That is all you have to say? No. Recover the corpse fragments before your idiots make trophies of them. The heresy spread. Fabius followed it through laboratories hidden behind war fronts, through gene vaults stripped from burning worlds, through prison decks where captured loyalists learned that death was not the worst answer to a question. He built better Tarata. He ruined more bodies. He refined stimulants, pain engines, neurochemical commands, and organ reinforcement. His chirurgeon became more intricate, more responsive, more intimate in its violence. It plucked bullets from his armor while he worked. It killed attackers over his shoulder without interrupting his hands. It injected toxins, harvested glands, sutured ruptures, and held down Astartes strong enough to bend steel. The Emperor's Children applauded battle. Fabius listened to the wet music beneath applause, the pulse of what could be made from what had been broken. Then Fulgrim asked for a miracle, not in a council of war, not before the eyes of the Legion. He came to Fabius in a chamber made beautiful by stolen art and obscene by what lay beneath it. Fulgrim had changed. All of them had, but in him the transformation was impossible to ignore. His splendor remained, greater perhaps than before, but it had sharpened into something that hurt to behold. His eyes carried storms of hunger no victory had fed. His smile promised reward, ruin, and revelation in the same breath. "You have been industrious, Fabius," said the primarch. "I have been necessary, my lord." Fulgrim laughed softly. Still that cold little blade. Still cutting at the universe because it refuses to arrange itself to your liking. The universe is badly arranged. And fathers, are they badly arranged? Fabius said nothing. Fulgrim's amusement deepened. Servitors approached with a stasis casket, its locks disengaged with hissing reverence. Within lay genetic material harvested under conditions Fabius did not ask about, because he already understood enough. Ferrus Manus, not the man whole, not the brother restored, not the iron-handed king of the 10th, standing again in wrath and contempt. Material. Fabius stared into the casket, and for the first time in many years, his mind did not immediately complete its own calculation. The weight of what lay before him was too vast for haste. Primarch flesh, a demigod's architecture, the emperor's grandest crime and greatest achievement, reduced to samples beneath glass. Fulgrim stepped beside him. Make him again. Fabius looked up. Cloning an organism of such complexity is not resurrection. I did not ask for a lecture. You asked for a miracle. I am clarifying the limitations of reality. Fulgrim's expression remained beautiful. The chamber seemed colder. Reality has become flexible. No, perception has become diseased. There is a difference. For a moment, the Primarch's shadow swallowed him. Officers had died for less. Entire worlds had died for less. Then Fulgrim smiled again. Make him, Spider. Make me my brother. So Fabius obeyed. Not from reverence, not from fear, though he was not foolish enough to deny danger. He obeyed because the command opened a door no sane age would have permitted him to touch. The work consumed him. He grew flesh from impossible beginnings. He corrected degradation. He compensated for missing harmonics in the stolen, flawed data. He cursed the gaps left by Omegon's serpent hand and filled them with inference, theft, instinct, and atrocity. Hundreds of mortal subjects died as scaffolding for tests. Astartes' prisoners were rendered down into comparative material. Machines overheated. Vat amniotic fluids blackened. Gene reactors howled prayers in binary their mechanicum attendants did not understand. Again and again, failure. Bodies formed wrong, too small, too large, organs too human, bones too dense, neural webs that collapsed into seizure before first breath. Meat that resembled greatness, but did not contain it. Fabius cut them apart and began again. Fulgrim grew impatient. The emperor's children whispered. The gods, or things wearing the idea of gods, pressed their laughter against the walls. Fabius refused to listen. At last, the vat cleared. The figure within was massive, curled like an unborn titan, skin pale under nutrient fluid, skull cleanly formed, limbs proportioned to impossible grandeur. Electrodes trailed from him like devotional chains. His hands twitched, not claws. Hands, strong, blunt, made for the hammer, the forge, the throat of an enemy. Fulgrim stood behind the glass. For once, he did not speak. Fabius watched the readings with perfect stillness. Heart function, neural ignition, organ synchronization, growth coherence, muscular integrity, identity architecture unknown, soul presence unmeasurable, if such a vulgar thing existed at all. The vat drained. The cloned Primarch's chest rose, once, again. His eyes opened. In that instant, Fabius Bile understood that he had done something no law, no emperor, no god, and no brother would ever forgive. He had copied divinity's shape, not mastered it. No, he knew that at once. There were depths absent from the gaze, storms missing from behind the eyes, a resonance that flesh alone could not counterfeit. The body lived. The pattern endured. But whatever made a primarch more than engineered meat remained beyond the scalpel's full dominion. For now. Fulgrim whispered a name that was not Fabius's to hear. Fabius ignored the tenderness in it. He ignored the horror. He ignored the hunger beginning to bloom in his father's face. He looked at the living impossibility on the slab and felt no urge to kneel. Only to learn. Terror burned as if the species that had been born upon it had finally been judged by the world itself. The sky was no longer sky. It was a ceiling of smoke, fire trails, falling debris, void shield glare, and the bruised red wounds of orbital war. Lance strikes came down in pillars bright enough to burn afterimages into transhuman sight. Macro shells descended like mountains given wrath, breaking hab spires open from crown to root, throwing generations of masonry, bone, metal, and history into the poisoned air. The imperial palace, that impossible continent of walls, bastions, gun fanes, and sanctified murder, held beneath the onslaught like a god clenching its teeth. Around it, the cradle of mankind became a charnel furnace. The Warmaster's hosts came in numbers too vast for sane record. Traitor army. Formations died in tides against walls they could not understand. War engines dragged themselves through ash fields beneath banners that had once meant unity. Titans strode through the firestorms, their void shields flickering like captive suns, their cathedral torsos vomiting plasma and quake shells. Some died upright, engines screaming through war horns until their reactors went nova and entire districts vanished in white light. Others fell slowly, kneeling like executed kings before collapsing through manufactoria, basilicas, and refugee avenues. And through that apocalypse moved the Emperor's children. They had come to terror as a legion. They became something else upon its corpse. Where the Iron Warriors measured walls, where the Death Guard advanced through poison, where the World Eaters hurled themselves at fortifications like chain axes flung by mad gods, the Third Legion turned aside. The palace still stood. The Emperor still lived. The war still required discipline, coordination, and the clean application of force. Yet Fulgrim's sons no longer heard war as command. They heard it as music. They heard it in the shrieks from hab blocks, in the wet snap of tendons beneath hooked blades, in the thunder of frightened millions trying to flee through avenues already marked as hunting grounds. Civilian districts became arenas. Evacuation columns became processions to slaughter. Men clutching ration icons, work permits, house banners, broken tools, and children not worth naming vanished beneath laughing blades and sonic ruin. The Emperor's children descended through transit tunnels and dome habitats, through medici catacombs and noble retreats, through shelters whose blast doors had survived bombardment only to open from within when the screaming began. They killed beautifully, or believed they did. They arranged bodies in spirals. They painted walls with blood and called it composition. They took captives, not because captives were useful, but because fear had become a flavour to them. Fabius Bile walked among them and found the waste intolerable. He watched a champion of the Third Legion stand knee-deep in bodies at the heart of a shattered transit concourse. The warrior's armour had once been a harmony of purple, white, and gold. Now it was lacquered in fluids, trophies, flensed skin, and dangling nerve cords that still twitched from crude stimulation. Around him, mortal survivors hung from cable hooks driven through shoulders, thighs, and abdomens. Some still lived. Their screams had been tuned by cuts to the throat and chest, so that each exhalation made a different pitch. The champion spread his arms as shells screamed overhead. "Listen, spider," he cried through a helm whose vox grill had been modified into a gilded maw. "Listen to terror sing. This is worship. This is revelation." Fabius regarded the hanging bodies. His chirurgeon limbs flexed behind him, their blades opening and closing with insectile restraint. "This is wasteful chemistry," he said. The champion turned, offended and delighted in equal measure. "Still blind, still deaf, the gods have given us the throne world itself as an altar. The glands are ruptured. The adrenal yield is contaminated by prolonged shock. Half of these subjects are useless because you severed vessels that should have been preserved." The champion laughed, a bright and broken sound. "You look upon ecstasy and count organs. I look upon incompetence and name it accurately." A nearby captive began to choke on his own blood. Fabius stepped past the champion, raised one gauntlet, and opened the man from sternum to pelvis with a clean, economical motion. The captive convulsed. Fabius's servo limbs entered the cavity before the body understood it had died. They clamped, cut, drained, and extracted. Vials filled with glandular fluids. A needle probed the liver. Another arm pierced the spine and drew pale fluid into a glass tube. The champion watched, head tilted. "There is artistry in you after all." "No," Fabius said. "There is method." The man died in pieces. His body continued to twitch as Fabius took what could still be taken. Behind him, the champion resumed his song. That was the difference. His brothers sought sensation. They consumed fear, pain, blood, sound and movement, as though the universe owed them novelty. They followed whispers and appetites, draped their collapse in the language of transcendence, and mistook enslavement for liberation. They praised gods, because gods gave names to urges too pathetic to endure without ornament. They had taken the blade of the Third Legion and melted it into jewelry for lunatics. Fabius benefited from their fall. He was not hypocrite enough to deny that. The collapse of restraint fed his work. Terra's population was an ocean of flesh. Its Medicae archives, gene clinics, noble blood vaults and forbidden biolaboratories were treasures buried beneath the dying city. Its defenders, traitors, mutants, auxilia, custodians, astartes and engineered auxiliaries provided comparison points beyond anything the Great Crusade had offered. The galaxy's greatest war had become the galaxy's greatest dissection. Yet the more he took, the more contempt grew in him. Chaos was power, wrapped in superstition and paid for with self-mutilation. He saw it everywhere. In the word-bearers, who chanted until demons moved through their shadows. In the emperor's children, who carved prayers into nerves. In the world-eaters, who called butchery truth, because thought had been stolen from them by nails and rage. In the death guard, already reeking of surrender. In the sons of Horus, who spoke of destiny while kneeling to the ambition of one wounded son. Faith, treachery, prophecy, damnation. Different masks, same disease. Fabius preferred diseases he could culture. His bunker laboratory lay beneath a dead administratum district, far from the main thrust against the palace. It had once been an emergency command node, built in the old imperial style of layered adamantium, logic engines, air recycling vaults, and redundant power cores. The walls still bore eagles that had not yet been defaced, though most were obscured behind surgical scaffolds, stasis racks, gene reactors, and nutrient vats. Above, the siege roared across terror. Below, the lamps remained cold and white. His attendants were altered men, no longer fit to be called serfs in any ordinary sense. Some had additional hands grafted beneath their ribs. Some breathed through throat filters that made their voices dry and insectile. Some could no longer speak at all, their jaws removed to make room for chemical feed tubes. They moved with efficient fear, and that was enough. The vats held failures. Some were Astartes' tissue masses grown too quickly and collapsed into boneless hunger. Some were proto-warriors whose spines had split under muscular load. Some were remnants of attempts to solve problems in the primarch cloning process with inadequate material and insufficient time. One had a face almost noble enough to cause lesser men to hesitate before the disposal valves opened. Fabius did not hesitate. Beauty was not function. On the central slab lay a loyalist prisoner taken from a breach action 2 nights earlier. Imperial Fist. The yellow armour had been removed in pieces and hung from hooks nearby. The warrior's body was massive even for an Astartes, dense with the stubborn durability of his gene line. His eyes were open. Fabius had ensured that. Pain kept the mind bright if properly managed. "You will fail," the Imperial Fist said. His voice was raw. Part of his throat had been opened to observe stress response under restricted speech. The fact that he could still form words was impressive. "Specificity improves criticism," Fabius said. "Fail at what?" "At all of it. Horus, Fulgrim, you, this rebellion, this rot." Fabius adjusted a dial. Fluid moved through transparent tubes into the legionaries' exposed organs. "You mistake me for a believer in your enemy's victory. You wear their colours. I wear what remains useful. You are damned." There it is again. Priestly vocabulary from a wall builder. Disappointing. The Imperial Fist smiled through cracked lips. "Call it what you like, traitor. You are still afraid." Fabius paused with one hand above the open chest. The chirurgeon limbs stilled behind him. "Of what?" "That there is something in us you cannot cut out and weigh." For a moment, only the bunker trembled. Far above, something immense died. The impact rolled through the earth like a god's heartbeat faltering. Dust fell from the ceiling. A vat alarm began to chime until one of Fabius's attendants silenced it with a blow. Fabius looked down at the prisoner. "That belief comforts you." "Yes." "Then keep it. Comfort alters hormone production." "I am measuring that." He resumed cutting. The counter-assault came before dawn, though dawn had lost all meaning beneath Terra's poisoned heavens. They breached through the upper transit locks with melter charges and disciplined fury, not panicked defenders, not half-trained militia. A spearhead of Imperial Fists, Solar Auxilia remnants, and Palace armsmen who had traced missing prisoners and power thefts to the buried node. They came in through smoke and molten doors, shields locked, bolters barking, Lazarafals stabbing red lines through the dark. Their first volley obliterated the outer servitor stations and turned 3 altered attendants into burst sacks of organs and grafted machinery. Fabius did not look up from his operating dais until the inner alarms began. "Seal the lower vaults," he said. An attendant clicked distress through a throat valve. "Do not gibber. Act." The second melter charge opened the surgical antechamber. Heat washed down the corridor. A loyalist voice roared over external vox. "In the name of the Emperor, purge this place." Fabius sighed. Names again. He touched a rune. The failure cages opened. The first creations into the corridor had no names, no lineage, no purpose beyond delay. They were slabs of muscle grown around reinforced skeletons, their mouths stapled shut, their eyes replaced by pain receptor clusters. They lurched forward as the loyalists entered. Bolter fire struck them and detonated inside their bodies, blasting open torsos and limbs. but the creatures were too stupid to understand death when it arrived. They kept coming until mass and momentum carried them into the shield line. Then the real screaming began. One failed Astartes form with an oversized arm crushed a Solar Auxilia trooper against the wall, so hard his armor flattened and blood jetted from every seal. An Imperial fist sergeant cut the thing in half with a power sword, only for the upper torso to crawl onward and bite at his knee joint with a jaw of exposed metal staples. Another abomination burst apart under mass reactive fire, showering the corridor with hot bone fragments and acidic preservative fluid that ate into boots, flesh, and deck plating alike. "Forward," the Imperial fist sergeant commanded. "Do not yield to Butcher's tricks." Good, Fabius thought. Reliable discipline under horror conditions. He sent more. The bunker became a throat clogged with meat. Loyalists advanced by inches through burning flesh, bone slurry, and ruptured vat fluid. Fabius's creations died as barricades, which was the first useful purpose most of them had ever served. Behind them, automated surgical arms unfolded from the walls. They had been designed for restraint, amputation, and extraction, but design was merely intention before necessity corrected it. They stabbed through eye lenses. They cut tendons at armor joints. They pumped anticoagulant into open wounds and paralytic into exposed neck seals. Still, the Loyalists came. An Imperial fist reached the operating chamber at last, armor scorched, shield gone, helm cracked across one red eye lens. He carried a chain blade in both hands. Behind him came two palace armsmen, one dragging a plasma gun, the other bleeding from the ears and laughing a prayer. Fabius turned from the slab. His chirurgeon rose behind him. The palace armsman fired first. The plasma shot struck one of the servo limbs and vaporized its outer blade assembly in a flash of sun-hot fury. Fabius felt the feedback as irritation rather than pain. The damaged limb retracted. The remaining arms moved. One pierced the plasma gunner through the mouth and out the back of the skull, lifting him from the floor while his body kicked out its final orders. Another severed the second armsman's trigger fingers before opening his throat in a single sideways motion. Blood sprayed across a stasis cylinder, bright beneath the surgical lamps. The Imperial fist charged. He did not shout. Fabius appreciated that. Hatred without wasted sound. The chain blade met a chirurgeon limb and tore through it in a storm of sparks. Fabius stepped aside, not with a swordsman's grace, but with a surgeon's economy. His left gauntlet injected toxin through the cracked seal beneath the Loyalist's pauldron. The Imperial fist drove an elbow into Fabius's chest and sent him back against the operating dais, hard enough to crack instruments and spill gene fluid across the floor. "Monster!" the fist growled. Fabius's narthecium punched into the warrior's abdomen. "Specimen," he corrected. The drill screamed. The fist headbutted him, cracking Fabius's helm lens. Warning runes flared across his vision. The Loyalist tried to bring the chain blade around again. A chirurgeon limb coiled around his wrist. Another punched between gorget and helm. Another slid under the breastplate and opened the secondary heart. The Imperial fist staggered, but did not fall. Of course not. Fabius leaned close. Through the cracked helm, he saw the man's eyes, clear, furious, unbroken by pain, a wall even now. "You are well made," Fabius said. The fist spat blood onto his faceplate. "And you are a failure." Fabius considered that as the warrior died on his blades. Perhaps the Loyalist was correct, in a limited and therefore useless sense. The siege itself was failure wearing the mask of apocalypse. Horus believed he was taking the future by force, but all he had done was chain it to his need for a father's answer. Fulgrim had become appetite enthroned. The legions that had once conquered the stars now devoured themselves in pursuit of gods, vengeance, sensation, old grievances, and the shadows of dead ideals. They were not the future, they were relics. Mighty, yes. Terrible, yes. Capable of drowning worlds in blood and breaking empires across their knees. But relics still. The traitor legions were already corpses animated by pride and poison, too obsessed with what they had lost to imagine what might replace them. Fabius looked around his laboratory. The floor was carpeted with dead defenders, ruined attendants, and twitching failures. Alarms pulsed. Upper vaults burned. The extracted samples from the imperial fist prisoner had survived. The primarch-derived matrices were secure. Several gene canisters from Terra's sealed Medicae archives had been transferred to his private reliquary. The rest could burn. Above, the war approached its climax. The War Master would either kill the Emperor or be killed by him. Fulgrim would sing and preen and descend further into his own reflection. The legions would roar, bleed, pray, betray, and call the result destiny. Fabius had no intention of remaining to be part of another man's myth. "Prepare departure," he ordered. A surviving attendant crawled from beneath a fallen rack, dragging a loop of intestine behind him. Fabius glanced at the wound. "You have 6 minutes of useful function. Spend them well." The attendant obeyed. By the time the next loyalist patrol reached the bunker, most of it was already burning. The vats had been purged with acid. The dead had been booby-trapped with toxin charges. The imperial fist corpse on the operating floor was missing both progenoids and several organs of interest. The central data engines had eaten themselves from within, leaving only molten logic cores and a lingering chemical stench. Far from the palace, beneath a sky split by orbital fire, a gunship lifted from a concealed launch shaft with its markings obscured by ash. Within its hold lay forbidden samples, altered followers, sealed gene vaults, and enough stolen knowledge to condemn 1,000 worlds. Fabius Bile stood among them as terror burned behind him. He did not look back. The War Master could have his final gamble. The Emperor could have his throne. The gods could gorge themselves on the screams of fools who mistook predation for revelation. Fabius had chosen a longer war, and unlike Horus, he had no intention of needing victory quickly. After terror, there was no forgiveness left in the Imperium. There had never been much to begin with. Mercy had always been a ceremonial word spoken by conquerors who preferred surrender to ammunition expenditure. Yet after the palace burned, after the Emperor was entombed upon his golden prison, after Horus was ash, and the traitor legions fled screaming into the dark, the Imperium discovered new depths of hatred. It sharpened grief into doctrine. It gave bereavement a bolter and called the result purification. The great scouring came like a second apocalypse. Worlds that had raised the War Master's banners were broken beneath loyalist wrath. Fortresses were cracked from orbit. Traitor fleets were hunted through translation points and butchered in the cold between stars. Army regiments that had changed allegiance under orders were exterminated beside the officers who had given them. Entire populations were judged complicit by survival alone. Compliance was no longer enough. The Imperium wanted confession, ash, silence. Fabius Bile watched this retribution through fractured auguries and reports bought with stolen organs, and he saw the old error repeating itself. Loyalists called it vengeance, traitors called it persecution, priests called it justice. All of them wasted language on emotion. What came after the siege was a correction of power. The Imperium had survived. Therefore, the Imperium cut away what had wounded it. He understood that. He almost respected it. Almost. The loyalists wanted him dead, with the particular intensity reserved for those who had made mockery of sacred things. Imperial commanders named him Flesh Heretic, Gene Ghoul, Carrion Savant. Apothecaries of the loyal legions cursed him in sealed vaults while guarding their progenoid stores with renewed paranoia. Survivors of Istvan spoke his name like a disease. Fulgrim wanted him punished for reasons that changed according to mood, memory, and whatever hunger ruled the Phoenician soul that hour. His own legion wanted his knowledge, his samples, his service, his death, sometimes all in the same breath. So Fabius built Abaddon 9, not from nothing. He had no patience for the mythology of beginnings. Abaddon 9 had already been corrupt long before his arrival. A world of lesser kings, overfed magistrates, dynastic flesh banks and manufactoria that exhaled grey smoke over rivers thick with industrial bile. Its rulers had survived the heresy by kneeling with perfect timing, first to Horus, then secretly to whoever seemed strongest, then to fear itself when no master could protect them. They were not believers. That made them useful. Believers had convictions. Cowards had price structures. Fabius offered them continuance. They offered him populations. His compounds spread beneath their cities and beyond them, down into old mining vaults, under noble estates, within sealed plague hospitals, and inside refineries officially dedicated to corpse starch reclamation. The flesh refineries of Abaddon 9 did not scream from outside. That was part of their value. Their walls were thick. Their exhaust towers breathed through chemical filters. Their entrances were guarded by planetary militia in lacquered armor, men whose officers had received rejuvenate treatments, grafted organs, or vat-grown heirs as reward for obedience. Inside, the world learned what his name would become. Men, criminals, rebels, debtors, soldiers, petitioners, dissidents, rival bloodlines, unwanted heirs, and entire census blocks vanished into the lower levels. Some became labor, some became feedstock, some became stimulant harvesters, their glands swollen to grotesque productivity before being drained again and again. Some were infected with engineered terror responses and released back into slums so their descendants would inherit fear before language. Some were altered just enough to live, then displayed in municipal squares as warnings whose wounds had been designed not to close. Random cruelty was the hobby of children. Fabius preferred culture. On Abaddon 9, obedience became biological education. The populace did not merely fear punishment, they absorbed it. Mothers told sons that the man-flayers' chirurgeons could hear disloyal blood. Fathers taught sons never to touch the black wagons that came at dusk. Workers crossed themselves with whatever local ward sign they still believed in when purple armoured figures appeared beside the magistrates. In time, the stories became stronger than the garrisons. Men betrayed neighbours before accusations could ripen. Families offered up their weakest child when tithe carts rolled through their districts, hoping an early gift would satisfy the hunger beneath the city. It never did. In the Bray system, his name became Manflayer. On Dimmermar, where chemical vats boiled beneath cathedral manufactoria and bishops had paid him for miracles in sealed ampules, they called him Chem Master. On Paramar 5, where firstborn sons vanished from noble nurseries and returned as smiling duplicates with obedient eyes, they called him Clone Lord. Names multiplied because fear required local dialects. Fabius did not care what they called him. Titles were wrappers around function. Still, Manflayer endured because it possessed simplicity. and simple terrors travelled best between worlds. He did not flay for pleasure. Pleasure made men imprecise. He flayed because skin taught, because nerve maps varied, because pain could be shaped into obedience, shock, worship, confession, madness or silence depending on timing and pressure. Because a governor who watched his rival's face removed in one perfect sheet would sign decrees faster. Because an army that saw prisoners returned alive without skin but still capable of speech would break before the first bombardment. Because theatre, properly applied, saved resources. His laboratories beneath Arden 9 were cathedrals of refusal to accept human weakness, refusal to kneel before the emperor's dead dream, refusal to waste the failure of the traitor legions by becoming merely another exile howling in the eye. Vat aisles stretched into humid darkness, each cylinder holding shapes at different points along the road from meat to weapon. Some were enhanced militia bred for loyalty and short lifespans. Some were failed Astartes substitutes, swollen with grafted muscle and unstable endocrine fire. Some were cloned organs grown in chains of nutrient sacs. Some were things Fabius had not bothered naming because they would not live long enough for vocabulary to matter. Above his central operating dais, surgical lamps burned without flicker. Below it, blood ran through channels into reclamation cisterns. He had begun to rebuild himself there, not merely his failing flesh, but his strategy. Terror had taught him that the traitor legions were decaying relics. Arden 9 taught him that worlds could be made into instruments. The future would not be won by banners alone. Banners burned, legions fractured, primarchs ascended, sulked, raged, or vanished. But gene lines could persist, fear could persist, obedience could be cultured, knowledge could escape even when laboratories burned. That last truth became necessary when Vulcan came. The warning signs appeared first as silence. Astropathic relays failed. Outer defense stations stopped reporting. A militia fleet stationed above the fifth moon transmitted a burst of static, then nothing. Fabius reviewed the data without emotion. Orbital pict feeds showed fire blooming across Arden 9's night side, clean strikes at shield nodes, defense lasers, supply hangars, and command citadels. Not the ecstatic ruin of his own brothers. Not the spiteful saturation favoured by the Iron Warriors. This was disciplined wrath. This was controlled extermination. Salamanders. He knew them by the shape of their mercy, which was to say by how completely it vanished once judgment had been rendered. Their drop pods fell like blackened meteors through the atmosphere, trailing fire across toxin clouds. Thunderhawks descended behind them, braving flak towers and missile webs. Green-armoured Astartes smashed into refinery districts, hab command centres and militia mustering fields with flame and melter. Promethium washed through trench lines. Bunkers became ovens. Armoured gates ran molten under fusion beams. Men who had served Fabius faithfully because terror had replaced conscience died clutching weapons that shook in their hands. The salamanders did not laugh. That made them more dangerous. A militia colonel screamed over the Vox for reinforcement from the western compounds. Fabius muted him. Another channel carried the sound of a planetary magistrate begging for extraction. Fabius saved the voice print for later analysis and muted that as well. Around him, attendants hurried through the vault, loading sample caskets into armoured reliquaries. Several had been altered for speed, their spines bent, their arms elongated, their lungs replaced by chemical bladders. Fear made them efficient. Fear, properly cultivated, was one of the few virtues of the unmodified human animal. A warrior in purple plate entered the operating vault at a run. His armour bore the 3rd Legion's colours, but little of its former elegance. He had gilded his helm with Ardennine teeth and hung strips of preserved skin from his belt. One of Fulgrim's wandering butchers, attached to Fabius for plunder and augmentation. "My lord," he said, breathless with anticipation rather than fear. "The sons of Vulcan are in the lower districts. They burn everything. Glorious. We can make them pay for every stare." "No," Fabius said. The warrior stopped. "No, we are leaving. This is your kingdom. This is a facility. They will destroy your work. They will destroy containers, cages, architecture, and several hundred disappointments." The warrior stepped closer. "We should hold. We should offer pain in answer. Make the green dogs remember this world." Fabius looked at him. "You think like a banner." The warrior's hand twitched near his blade. "And you think like a coward." One chirurgeon limb moved too fast for the eye to follow. It passed beneath the warrior's gorget and injected a clear toxin into the neck seal. The Emperor's Children champion stiffened. His breath caught. His eyes went wide behind the lenses of his helm. Fabius approached and placed one hand against the warrior's chest. "Cowardice is the avoidance of danger without purpose. I am avoiding waste. The distinction is beyond you, but then so was most of my work." The champion tried to speak. Only a wet click emerged. "Your body will remain useful," Fabius added. "Try to take comfort in achieving that at last." The first salamanders breached the outer compound before the evacuation was complete. They came through the north transit gallery behind a curtain of flame. Heavy flamers roared, filling the passage with white-orange light and black smoke. The vat-born guardians stationed there ignited at once, their swollen bodies bursting as internal chemicals cooked off. Some stumbled onward while burning, their fat and grafted muscle sloughing from bone. The salamanders advanced through them with bolters raised, firing controlled bursts into anything still moving. Their lenses glowed like embers. Their armour was scorched, pitted, marked with drake scale and old oaths. "Purge the flesh vaults," their sergeant commanded. "Recover gene seed where possible. Kill all abominations. Kill all traitors. Leave nothing for the butcher." Fabius heard the order through captured vox and appreciated its clarity. He opened containment rows 8 through 12. The creatures that emerged had been failures in refinement, but successes in violence. One was a knot of Astartes-derived muscle wrapped around triple hearts and an exposed spine sheathed in black iron. Another had the faces of 3 cloned men grafted around a central skull, all screaming with separate voices. A third had no head at all, only a cluster of sensory nodules set into the torso, its arms ending in bone hooks dense enough to pierce ceramite at the joints. They crashed into the salamanders in the lower gallery and turned the corridor into a furnace-lit slaughterhouse. The salamanders met horror with discipline. Melter fire punched through the first brute and reduced its chest to sun-bright slag. It still tried to crawl, dragging melted organs behind it until a thunderhammer brought down by a veteran crushed its spine into paste. The hook-armed thing impaled a salamander under the pauldron and drove him into the wall. The Astartes did not scream. He locked one gauntlet around the limb pinning him, pressed a flamer into the creature's abdomen, and burned it hollow while his own armour blackened. The 3-faced mutant bounded over them and landed among the second rank. It tore one warrior's helm free and bit into the exposed face with all 3 mouths. A combat blade entered its side. A chain blade followed. Bolters fired at contact range until its bodies, for it seemed made of several, came apart in ropes of tendon and engineered bone. Fabius watched from a picked feed while loading the last sealed caskets himself. "Delay acceptable," he said. An attendant turned, trembling. "Primary ascent shaft compromised. Secondary, salamanders in proximity. Tertiary, collapse by bombardment." Fabius considered. The map shifted in his retinal display. Enemy vectors, fire spread, sample priority, personal continuity assets, enemy command signatures. Then a new rune appeared. Deep in the lower vault, a sealed blast door had failed. Not from melter, from force. The picked feed flickered once and displayed a figure walking through smoke and fire. Vulcan, even degraded by static, even half obscured by flame, the Primarch's presence struck the chamber like gravity finding new law. Massive, black-skinned, red-eyed, bearing wrath not as frenzy, but as burden. Around him, salamanders advanced with renewed purpose. Fabius felt the air of the vault change, though the Primarch was levels below. Attendants whimpered. One began to pray to no god in particular. Fabius silenced him with a needle through the throat. Vulcan had come himself. That altered the equation. Not toward honor. Never that. Only fools saw a demigod arrive and thought of duels. "Release the deep pens," Fabius ordered. An attendant stared. "My lord, they are unstable. All the more reason to stop storing them." The deep pens opened. The things inside had never been intended for deployment. They were punishment for impatience, the cost of trying to force results from insufficient genetic foundations. They surged into the lower levels as a tide of wet strength and congenital agony. Some died immediately under their own metabolic violence. Others reached the salamanders. The picked feeds became useless in seconds, obscured by flame, blood, static, and impact distortion. Fabius took the reliquary case containing the most important samples and walked toward the secondary route. A salamander squad intercepted him in the surgical nave. There were 5 of them. Their armor was burned and slick with black blood not their own. One carried a multi-melter rig. Another bore a thunderhammer crackling with caged lightning. Their sergeant's helm was gone, revealing a face like carved obsidian, eyes red with fury held under iron discipline. "Fabius Bile," the sergeant said. "By the Emperor's will and Vulcan's wrath, your crimes end here." Fabius looked past him to the corridor. Flame was spreading through the upper vat aisles. Behind the salamanders, failed clones writhed inside boiling cylinders. Glass cracked, meat sloughed from bones, years of work burned in minutes. "My crimes?" Fabius asked. "You mistake me for a moral category." The salamander raised his bolter. "Kneel!" Fabius laughed then, softly. The floor beneath the squad detonated, not explosives. That would have risked the samples. Instead, pressure canisters built into the surgical nave burst upward, flooding the chamber with a nerve agent engineered from ardenine gland harvests and modified Astartes pain transmitters. The salamander's armor sealed instantly. It saved them from inhalation. It did not save the exposed sergeant's face. His eyes widened. The veins in his neck rose black and thick. Pain struck him not as sensation but as command, seizing every nerve and forcing them all to speak at once. He did not scream. Fabius noted that with approval. The sergeant dropped to one knee, muscles locking hard enough to crack his teeth. The others opened fire. Fabius moved as the chirurgeon moved. A servo limb deflected the first bolter just enough that the shells detonated against a surgical pillar. Another limb hurled a vial into the multi-melter bearer's helm. The glass shattered, and something pale and hungry ate through the left lens before the warrior tore it free with a snarl. Fabius's gauntlet needler fired into the exposed wound. The salamander took one step, then another, then collapsed as his blood began clotting inside every major vessel at once. The thunderhammer came down where Fabius had been. The impact shattered the floor, threw fragments into the air, and hurled an operating table sideways. Fabius struck the hammer wielder with the rod of torment. The weapon did not kill. Killing was crude. It taught the nervous system that death might arrive as mercy. The rod drove agony through armor, through reinforced flesh, through the proud architecture of an Astartes body, and turned every nerve into a betrayal. The salamander froze, hammer falling from fingers that no longer obeyed him. A sound escaped him then, low and unwilling. Fabius stepped close and drove a chirurgeon blade beneath his helm. "Pain is not truth," he said. "It is only information with poor manners." The blade severed the spine. The remaining salamanders charged anyway. Of course they did. One tackled him bodily, crushing him against a vat hard enough to fracture glass behind him. Fluid spilled across both of them. A half-formed creature slid out with it, mewling, skin transparent over twitching organs. The salamander tried to pin Fabius long enough for another to fire. Fabius drove his injector rig into the warrior's elbow joint and released a muscle-liquefying compound. The arm collapsed internally, armor suddenly unsupported around dissolving meat. The warrior head-butted him. Fabius's vision flashed with damage runes. A bolter round struck his shoulder and detonated. Ceramite blew outward. Pain flared and was immediately catalogued. He answered by sending 2 chirurgeon limbs into the shooter's chest seals. They opened the salamander as neatly as a surgical lesson. The warrior staggered, firing until his hearts fell out in steaming sections onto the floor. The last one died trying to drag the wounded sergeant away. Fabius watched him attempt it, despite a severed artery painting the ground behind him. Loyalty. Futile, but consistent. He killed the warrior with a toxin spike to the brainstem, then knelt beside the sergeant. The salamander still lived, locked in pain, eyes burning with hatred. "Vulcan will find you," the sergeant forced out. "Perhaps. He will burn every hole you crawl into." Fabius leaned close. "Then I shall choose holes with better exits." He harvested the sergeant's progenoid before leaving. Arden 9 died behind him in stages. First, the upper refineries burned, their tanks splitting and vomiting rivers of chemical fire into the streets. Then the noble districts went up as orbital strikes erased estates whose owners had believed proximity to power might save them from consequences. Then the lower compounds collapsed under salamander charges, burying vats, failures, records, and thousands of still-living subjects beneath molten stone. Vulcan's sons moved through the ruins until there was nothing left to purge but smoke. The Imperium won Arden 9. Its banners rose over ash. Its chroniclers would write of justice. Its surviving commanders would record the destruction of the manflayer's works. Salamanders would carry gene seed from their dead and remember brothers murdered beneath surgical lamps. Mortal survivors, those few not executed for contamination or complicity, would whisper that the manflayer had fled into the stars. All true, all incomplete. Fabius escaped in a crippled vessel whose name had already been burned from loyalist records. Its hull bled atmosphere from 3 decks. Its engines coughed plasma. Its holds stank of preservative fluid, blood, scorched ceramite, and the fear of altered followers who knew that failure to survive would be judged as inefficiency. Behind him lay a world burning. Before him lay the wound in reality that men called the Eye. The ship translated badly. The warp took them like a predator closing its mouth. For a time there was no direction, No clean thought, no stable light. Crewmen clawed out their own eyes because they could see their childhoods crawling across the walls. One of the navigational servitors began singing with the voice of a dead primarch. A storage bay became a forest of teeth. Time folded, opened, bled and healed incorrectly. Fabius remained in his laboratory, securing samples while demonic laughter pressed against the hull and whispered offers in languages that had no right to exist. He ignored them. At last, real space returned in the diseased half-light of the eye. A world hung before the viewing ports, impossible and obscene. Its continents shifted like muscle beneath skin. Its oceans shone with colours that hurt the eye. Towers grew from bone planes and rearranged themselves when unobserved. Lightning crawled upward from the ground into clouds shaped like screaming faces. A demon world. His attendants cowered. Mutants made warding signs. Even the ship seemed to groan around him, its machine spirit sickened by proximity to unreality. Fabius looked upon the impossible world and saw no damnation. He saw isolation, resources, secrecy, test conditions unavailable in sane space. Arden 9 was gone. Its vats were ash. Its rulers were corpses. Its populations had been rendered, burned, liberated or condemned. But knowledge had escaped. He placed one blood-stained hand upon the sealed reliquary beside him. "Begin orbital survey," he said. No one moved. Fabius turned, and every surviving creature in the chamber remembered obedience. "This is not exile," he told them. "This is relocation." Beyond the glass, the demon world turned slowly in the poisoned light, waiting to become a laboratory. The Eye of Terror did not contain worlds so much as remember them incorrectly. Stars burned where no stars had been born. Nebulae pulsed like bruised organs around dead systems. Ships translated from the warp into real space carrying rust from futures that had not yet occurred, or corpses of crewmen who were still alive and screaming on the decks below. Time did not pass there. It curdled. It looped around old wounds, reopened ancient defeats, stole centuries from sleeping men, and returned them as minutes to the damned. Fabius Bile endured it without prayer. His laboratories hung in the belly of a fortress carved into a demon world's malignant crust, where gravity changed its mind at irregular intervals, and the stone sometimes bled when drilled. Outside his vaults, the sky was a lidless eye of impossible colour. Mountains moved by geological spasm. Oceans whispered names through tides of black bile. In the distance, things too large to be called beasts wandered across plains of fused bone, dragging chains made from the prayers of dead civilizations. His followers feared the world. The wiser ones feared him more. He settled into that unreality as another surgeon might settle into a poorly lit theatre. Deficiencies were to be corrected. Hazards were to be catalogued. Local phenomena were to be exploited or avoided. Demonic manifestations were no different from radiation, plague, or unstable reactor bleed. Dangerous, yes. Informative, certainly. Worth worshipping, never. A lesser mind looked into the eye and saw damnation. Fabius saw experimental conditions. The traitor legions, by contrast, saw home. They came wounded from the great scouring, carrying their defeats into the warp like infected organs. Sons of Horus became jackals gnawing over the corpse of a dead father. World eaters tore themselves into howling packs. Death Guard rotted with a patience that resembled contentment. Word-bearers filled the void with sermons no sane empire should have allowed to survive. The Emperor's children became a storm of perfume, blood, music, and knives. Each warband convinced it alone still understood the true nature of perfection. Harmony became their jewel. if such a word could be applied to a world that screamed when it dreamed. Canacle City rose from that demon world as a fortress, cathedral, pleasure crypt, and wound. Its towers were grown from black stone, gilded bone, petrified flesh, and metals that reflected memories instead of light. Its avenues rang with noise that might once have been music before torture taught it other uses. Banners of the Third Legion hung beside flayed skins, stolen standards, captured icons, and living tapestries stitched from the nerves of defeated enemies. Its palaces hosted feasts where captains consumed poisons for sport and duelists tested blades on petitioners too altered to die quickly. After Fulgrim abandoned his legion to his own ascension and appetites, Canacle City became less a capital than a carcass surrounded by scavengers. The legion wars followed. Brother killed brother over gene seed, slaves, ammunition, ships, trophies, insults, prophecies, and the right to claim a dead ideal. Champions carved their names into the walls of conquered districts. Apothecaries were hunted like relics. Sorcerers sold futures that contradicted one another. Demon engines prowled the outer causeways, feeding on anything too slow to reach a gate. Every lord of the Emperor's children declared himself heir to Fulgrim's intention, though few could remember the intention without drowning it in self-worship. Lucius cut his legend through the city with a blade and a smile, seeking challenges that would make him feel alive for a few breaths longer. Eidolon stalked through command halls and war councils with his resurrected arrogance, gathering those who still believed the Legion could be made to kneel beneath a single voice. Lesser princes rose, shone, screamed, and were replaced. Fabius became a power among them because he possessed what all of them needed and none of them could reliably produce: gene seed, augmentation, cloned flesh, surgical correction, stimulants capable of keeping a warrior fighting through wounds that should have left him twitching in a trench. The whispered possibility that their degeneration could be reversed. They came to him with threats and bribes. He accepted both when useful. A lord of the cacophony once entered his lower vault with 6 armed retainers and a cloak sewn from faces that sang in different pitches when the air moved. "You will serve my host," the Lord declared. His voice carried harmonic razors beneath every word. "Eidolon hoards your talents. Lucius wastes them. I would elevate them. I would make you choir master of a new flesh canticle." Fabius continued dissecting the malformed Astartes on his slab. The warrior's chest cavity was held open by hooked restraints. 3 hearts, none original, pulsed at different rhythms before failing one by one. "No," Fabius said. The Lord tilted his head. The faces on his cloak whimpered. "No? Your host suffered a catastrophic ammunition shortage during the last assault on the Amethyst Causeway. You compensated by sending altered slaves ahead as living shields. Inefficient, but predictable. Your casualty rate among actual legionaries remained acceptable. Your command structure, however, decayed after your second captain murdered your first for rights to a captured choir engine. You have enthusiasm. You do not have continuity." The cacophony lord drew his blade. Fabius looked up at last. "My answer was not negotiation. It was diagnosis. The Lord died before he crossed half the chamber. Not by Fabius's hand directly. That would have been wasteful. The floor plates opened beneath him, and gravity in the room reversed for the exact span required to hurl his retainers into the ceiling spikes. The Lord survived the impact. His enhanced body endured beautifully. Fabius preserved him for later study and used his vocal organs to refine battlefield terror frequencies. That was power in Canacle City, not rulership. Rulership required patience with fools. Fabius preferred leverage. Yet the more he watched the Legion Wars consume the fallen brotherhoods, the more obvious the conclusion became. The traitor legions could not be saved by victory. Victory would merely give their diseases more territory. They were not an army awaiting reunification. They were a corpse that refused to stop moving. And still, the original architecture remained magnificent. Primarchs had built legions around themselves without understanding the full consequence. Blood called to blood. Gene line bent thought. Sons mirrored fathers in ways crude philosophy could not explain. Fulgrim's sons decayed into sensation and vanity because Fulgrim himself had become a wound shaped like desire. The sons of Horus had become hollow after their father's death because Horus had not merely commanded them. He had defined them. If the legions could not be restored by their existing fathers, perhaps they could be surpassed by fathers remade, not resurrected. Fabius did not indulge in priestly fantasies. Cloned, copied, raised correctly. A primarch without the emperor's sentimental mythology. A primarch without the delusion of destiny. A primarch cut free from old loyalties and taught that existence was not a throne, but an experiment. His earlier attempts with Ferrus Manus had proved that flesh could be recreated, though not mastered. That failure remained instructive. Fabius had touched the boundary between anatomy and whatever metaphysical contamination lesser minds called soul. He had not crossed it, yet boundaries existed to define where the next incision should be made. The corpse of Horus changed everything. The War Master's body had been taken from Malium, stolen from the sons who no longer deserved even the comfort of guarding their father's remains. Canacle City whispered the news before the vault doors had sealed around the prize. Some called it sacrilege, some called it strategy, some called it bait. Fabius called it material. Horus Lupercal, once War Master of the Great Crusade, once beloved son, once murderer of the future, lay dead beneath stasis fields in Fabius's hidden vaults. The corpse was ruined and majestic. Even in death, even stripped of command, even reduced to the object of theft and ambition, Horus possessed weight beyond mass. His flesh carried history like radiation. The wounds upon him were not merely injuries. They were verdicts. The Emperor had unmade more than a body upon the vengeful spirit. Something essential had been burned out so completely that even Fabius, who believed in no soul worth kneeling to, could detect the absence like a missing organ. Eidolon stood beside the stasis bier when Fabius first began the work. "You will make him again," Eidolon said. "I will make a body grown according to his template. You will make Horus. Precision matters. So does obedience." Fabius smiled without warmth. "Then try to command the corpse yourself." Eidolon's eyes narrowed. He wore authority like armor and resentment like perfume. A restored War Master could end the wars. The legions would gather. The old strength would return. The old strength failed. The old strength reached Terra and died there. Eidolon's hand clenched. "Mind your tongue, spider. My tongue is among the least dangerous parts of me." The work began beneath sealed vaults, while Canacle City tore itself apart above. Horus's genetic structure was immense in implication, more stable than lesser Primarch samples, yet scarred by forces that did not belong in clean science. Fabius grew tissues in guarded vats. Most failed. Some became masses of muscular meat that howled without lungs. Some formed faces that resembled Horus only enough to be insulting. Some developed too quickly, burned through life in moments, and collapsed into biological ash. He cut, corrected, repeated. Around the vaults, adolescent primarch clones grew in armoured cylinders like unborn gods denied proper heavens. Some bore hints of impossible grandeur, a jawline here, a hand large enough to close around a legionary's skull, a heartbeat that made nearby mortal attendants collapse from arrhythmia. Many were wrong. All were useful. Fabius watched them with fascination sharpened by disgust. To create a thing so close to divinity and yet so incomplete was offensive. Not morally, aesthetically, functionally. It was like forging a blade that remembered being a sword but could not cut. Then the Black Legion came. They did not yet possess the clean myth they would later carve across the long war. They were wrath in transition, shame hammered into black plate, sons without a father turning themselves into something harder than grief. Abaddon led them, and where the Emperor's children radiated decadence, Abaddon brought purpose like a murder weapon. The assault began in orbit. Harmony's void shields flared beneath bombardment until the heavens became a storm of ruptured light. Black Legion vessels drove through defensive fire with brutal disregard for damage, their guns pounding shield bastions, dock spires, and outer citadels. Canacle City's defense batteries answered with lances and macro shells. Ships died over the Daemon world, breaking apart in slow, burning arcs. Debris fell through the atmosphere and struck the city in molten rain. Then came the drop. Dreadclaws screamed through the burning sky. Boarding torpedoes punched into towers. Teleport strikes flared inside sanctums where Emperor's children officers were still arguing over precedence. Demon engines howled from the outer avenues, some defending, some attacking, some simply killing because the air tasted of war. Sonic weapons answered bolters. Chain axes met dueling blades. Warriors who had once worn allied colours slaughtered each other under banners, made meaningless by 10,000 betrayals waiting to be born. Canacle City became an open throat. Fabius's vaults shook as the upper districts collapsed. Alarms screamed. Vat fluid trembled in its cylinders. Adolescent clones thrashed in nutrient suspension, responding to concussive force, psychic turbulence, or the nearness of their dead progenitors' enemies. Attendants ran between stations, sealing data caskets and preparing evacuation protocols. "Do not hurry," Fabius said. A mortal assistant with 4 grafted arms stared at him. "My lord, the enemy has entered the inner palace avenues. Hurrying causes error. Error causes waste. Waste causes consequences." A blast door buckled 3 levels above them. The first Black Legion warriors to reach the containment approach died in the corridor traps. One was bisected by monofilament wire under enough tension to cut ceramite. Another took a toxin lance through a cracked knee joint and drowned in his own liquefying marrow. A third reached the second gate and was killed by an adolescent clone released prematurely from stasis. A thing with one arm larger than the other and a face that almost resembled a young demigod. It smashed the legionary into the wall again and again until black armor became a container for paste. Then a chain axe took the clone's head. The Black Legion advanced. They did not sing. They did not posture. They killed the way siege gates killed, with inevitability. Fabius's failures met them in the containment vaults and died in heaps. Half-grown primarch bodies tore themselves from womb tanks and charged naked into bolter fire, their impossible flesh reduced to craters by mass reactive shells. One clone with the shoulders of a god seized a Black Legionary and ripped him apart, only to be cut down by 3 chain axes hacking in unison. Another crawled from a shattered vat dragging its own umbilical cables, looked upon the battle with wide, empty eyes, and vanished under a storm of bolt impacts that turned its skull inside out across the glass-slick floor. Fabius watched the destruction through rotating pict feeds, his expression unreadable. Each death was failure. Each failure was data. Then Abaddon entered the deepest vault. He came through smoke, black armor scarred by war, talon crackling, sword in hand, presence vast, not because he was a primarch, but because he refused to need to be one. That, Fabius realized, was what made him dangerous. Abaddon did not carry divinity. He carried decision. His wrath had structure. His hatred had direction. He did not want to drown in his father's shadow. He wanted to kill it and march onward, wearing the blood. The Horus clone stood before him. Fully grown now, magnificent and terrible, wearing the shape of the dead War Master, like a question the galaxy had not wanted asked. He moved with power that made the chamber seem too small. For a moment, even the gunfire faltered. Sons of Horus, black legionaries, emperor's children, attendants, mutants, failures, all of them faced the impossible image of the past standing alive beneath cold laboratory light. The clone looked at Abaddon. Recognition flickered, or some imitation of it. "My son," the clone said. Fabius listened from the shadows beyond the vault's central machinery. Abaddon did not kneel. He did not weep. He attacked. The violence that followed was not a duel of equals, no matter what poets would later pretend. It was a rejection made physical. The clone fought with immense strength and echoes of a dead warlord's skill. He crushed legionaries, shattered pillars, broke the floor with his steps. He moved like something engineered to command armies and murder heroes. But Abaddon fought like a man severing a chain from around his own throat. The talon tore through cloned flesh. The sword opened God-made muscle. Blood struck the floor in steaming sheets. The clone roared, and the sound shook stasis cylinders into fracture. Abaddon drove forward through it, black armor slick, eyes locked not on a father returned, but on a lie that had dared wear his father's face. When the clone fell, the vault seemed to exhale. Abaddon stood over the ruined body of Horus Lupercal, remade and unmade again. "Never again," he said. Fabius believed him. The destruction of the clone did what no sermon, no war council, no legion atrocity had done. It completed an equation Fabius had resisted only because the work had been too compelling to abandon. Primarchs could be copied in flesh, but not domesticated. Legions could be gathered, but not cured. The past could be grown in a vat and still emerge as poison. Fulgrim's sons were beyond restoration. Horus's sons could only survive by killing the need for Horus. The traitor legions were not the next form of mankind. They were the wreckage of an old experiment, still dangerous, still magnificent, still useful in fragments, but doomed by their own origins. Fabius withdrew from Harmony before its deepest vaults collapsed. He took what mattered: data, samples, techniques refined through failure, a handful of servants who had proven capable of obeying while gods died around them. He left behind vats, corpses, half-grown miracles, and enough traps to make pursuit expensive. Above Canacle City, the fires burned purple and black. Palaces fell. Warbands slaughtered one another over ruins, whose meanings had already expired. Lucius survived because men like Lucius always survived until the universe tired of the joke. Eidolon endured, furious and diminished. Abaddon left with a corpse destroyed and a future sharpened. Fabius departed with clarity. In the hold of his fleeing vessel, beneath failing lumen strips and the stink of nutrient fluids, he stood before a line of mortal subjects. Not Astartes, not Primarch stock, not stolen echoes of dead fathers, men altered subtly, children grown in controlled lineages, muscles tuned, reflexes heightened, immune systems corrected, minds conditioned without being broken, not warriors built to serve a father, not slaves to gods, not baseline humanity rotting beneath superstition and fear. Something else, a beginning. One of them looked up at him through the glass of his containment cradle. Too young to understand worship, too altered to be merely human. Fabius placed a blood-stained hand against the surface. "The future will not belong to his sons," he said softly, "nor to theirs." The child shape watched him in silence. Behind the vessel, harmony burned with the corpse of an old dream. Before it, hidden in the dark between damned stars, the new men waited to be born. Centuries passed, and Fabius Bile learned that time was a scalpel with an unsteady hand. Empires declared him dead. Warlords swore they had seen him burn. Imperial savants sealed reports in black archives and stamped his name beneath words such as purged, destroyed, accounted for. Apothecaries of the Adeptus Astartes recited oaths over recovered progenoids and taught new generations to curse the manflayer as a warning against hubris. Inquisitors followed trails of altered blood through whole subsectors, found laboratories emptied of value, burned the screaming things left behind, and congratulated themselves on interruption. They understood nothing. A laboratory could be replaced. A vessel could be abandoned. A world could be permitted to die.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Assistants, servants, slaves, allies, clients, and creations were all temporary arrangements of matter. What endured was method. What endured was memory distributed through hidden vaults, coded helixes, forbidden tissue banks, and bodies prepared against the inconvenience of death. Fabius travelled the galaxy like an infection that had learned diplomacy. He came to rulers when their wars were failing. He came to rebels when their martyrdom had lost momentum. He came to planetary governors whose sons coughed blood into silk handkerchiefs behind sealed palace doors. He came to warlords whose regiments had courage but not endurance. He came to cults that prayed for transformation and understood too late that a prayer answered by Fabius Bile was only another form of dissection. His price changed according to the client's desperation. Prisoners, gene stock, relics from pre-imperial vaults, blackstone fragments, navigators bred from polluted houses, mutant populations no one would miss, dead Astartes, living Astartes, if the client possessed remarkable ambition and very poor caution. Sometimes a world paid in archives, sometimes in children, sometimes in whole districts emptied overnight by militia cordons, while loudspeakers promised relocation, quarantine, purification, or mercy. The old name followed the transaction wherever it went. The flesh tithe. On the hive world, Graian Septimus, the ruling synod offered him 60,000 condemned workers, 200 medici adepts, and access to the gene records of every noble house born within its upper spires. In return, Fabius gave them a cadre of gland warriors grown from their own penal stock. The creatures were broad-shouldered and hairless, with eyes like wet bone and muscles laced with chemical reservoirs. They did not tire. They did not retreat. They did not understand treason because their brains had been spared the unnecessary architecture. The synod called him saviour. Fabius stood in their amber council chamber while riots burned through the lower levels, watching through the glass floor as distant avenues filled with fire. The nobles bowed in robes embroidered with saints, aquillas, and bloodline sigils. Their speaker, a trembling patriarch sustained by Juvenat pumps and a silver breathing cage, lifted both hands in gratitude. You have preserved our world, Lord Bile. The Emperor himself must have turned his face from us, yet you have provided deliverance. Fabius looked at the man's thinning skin, the cancer spots disguised beneath powder, the augmetic tremor in the left wrist. I have preserved a breeding basin, he said. Do not confuse that with salvation. The patriarch swallowed. We are loyal servants of mankind. You are temporary administrators of useful stock. Below them, the first Gland warriors met the uprising. The workers came in their thousands, carrying mining drills, stolen laser guns, chain hooks, and icons painted with ash. They charged through manufacturing plazas beneath banners made from the skins of overseers. For 1 hour, the rebellion believed itself born. Then the synod released Fabius's gift. The Gland warriors hit the crowd like armored disease. Their injector spines flared. Their hearts hammered stimulants into modified blood. They moved too fast for men their size, clubbing bodies, aside, crushing skulls with industrial tools, tearing weapons from hands and arms from sockets. Lasfire burned across their reinforced hides. Shotguns opened holes that closed under clotting foam. A worker drove a mining drill into one brute's stomach, screaming victory until the Gland warrior looked down, seized his head between both hands, and pressed until the man's jaw split sideways and his brains squeezed through the eye sockets in grey ropes. Fabius watched the casualty feed. Adrenal overproduction in the second cohort, he said. The synod's patriarch stared at the slaughter with tears in his eyes. Magnificent. No, said Fabius. Premature. Grey Septimus survived the rebellion. It did not survive the next century. The Gland warriors bred poorly, as intended. Their descendants became sterile giants wandering the underhive as cannibal saints. The noble houses carried subtle corrections in their bloodline for 3 generations before hidden agents extracted what Fabius required and seeded a degenerative flaw through the ruling caste. By the time imperial authorities arrived to investigate tithe irregularities, the synod had eaten itself in dynastic wars. The underhive had become a hunting preserve, and Fabius had long since departed with his data. On the Forge Moon, Bellisar Miner, he entered under a false treaty with a cabal of apostate engine wrights whose machine shrines had gone silent after a plague of scrap code. They called him genius. He accepted access to their flesh stores and rejected their praise as inefficient sound. The Moon's manufactoria produced armoured walkers, shock mauls, toxin shells, and cortex implants for 3 rebel systems. Its priests believed they had bargained for replacement workers resistant to radiation and servo-contamination. Fabius gave them labourers with iron lungs and docile smiles. He also hid among them his own observers, vat-grown men with false childhoods and perfect obedience. They spread through hab aisles, waste ducts and data shrines. They altered shipping manifests. They misdirected inquisitorial auguries. They replaced dead forge overseers with corrected duplicates who signed the same orders in the same handwriting and slowly rerouted entire production lines into purposes their masters never requested. When loyalist forces came, as they always came, Bellisar Miner became a foundry of screams. Planetary defense regiments in soot-black armor fought cult militia beneath rivers of sparks. Renegade battle tanks rolled through assembly halls while Lascanon teams fired from gantries chained to the ceiling. Mutant shock troops hurled themselves into Skitari kill zones and died in heaps dense enough to clog conveyor trenches. Fabius's surgical servitors drifted behind both lines, dragging the freshly dead into side corridors, where extraction arms opened skulls, drained marrow, removed glands, and sealed samples before the corpses cooled. To the loyalists, it was a battle. To the rebels, it was a holy defense. To Fabius, it was an unblinded trial with excellent stress conditions. He watched from the shadow of a reactor column while stolen Xenotech night shields shimmered around his command alcove, bending Auspex sweeps away and swallowing stray lumen glare. His personal guard stood nearby, stim-injected brutes with vat-reinforced skeletons and weapons fed by canisters of nerve venom. They breathed through metal grills sutured into their faces. Their hands shook not from fear, but from anticipation engineered into the muscle. A rebel prince found him there as the moon died. The prince wore ornate carapace armor and a cloak made from red prayer cloth. Blood ran from a wound in his scalp. Half his command staff was dead. The other half had fled. "You promised victory," the prince spat. Fabius turned one eye lens towards him. "I promised improved output capacity and labor resilience. You damned us. You were damned by arithmetic. 3 loyalist regiments, 1 mechanicum kill cohort, orbital superiority, and a population whose loyalty relied on ration control. I merely observed the collapse." The prince raised a plasma pistol. One of Fabius's brutes crossed the distance and broke the man's arm at the elbow. The pistol fired into the ceiling. Molten fragments rained down. The prince screamed as the brute forced him to his knees. Fabius approached. "You did provide an excellent control population. Monster," the prince sobbed. "Administrator," said Fabius. "Briefly." The prince became 6 tissue samples and a notation in a file that survived Bellisar Miner's destruction. So it went, across centuries. Plague-struck colonies that begged for immunity and received instead a population split between the resistant and the wonderfully deformed. Mutant undercities that worshipped Fabius as a hidden maker were purged by imperial fire after his agents had finished mapping their hereditary adaptations. Rebel bastions purchased vat-grown assault cadres, only to discover that the creatures carried memory triggers that led them back to the manflayers' ships when their purpose was complete. Hive gangs took his weapons and became small legends in sump levels before their descendants began hatching children with black eyes and obedience responses buried beneath the tongue. Every apparent defeat paid him. A fortress lost taught him how his brutes endured bombardment. A colony burned taught him how modified lungs failed under promethium saturation. A cult annihilated by Arbites gave him 600 excellent pain response comparisons. A rebel army butchered by space marines yielded autopsy data on fear in men who had believed themselves chosen. The dead were never silent to Fabius. They were merely honest at last. Primarch 5 remembered him differently. There, he did not arrive with armies, or mutants, or open laboratories beneath screaming streets. Primarch 5 was a polished world of inheritance, manners, and poisonous obedience. Its noble houses bred heirs with the same care they bred dueling beasts. Its cities were clean in the way mausoleums were clean. Its planetary rulers feared scandal more than starvation, and that made them simple to manipulate. Firstborn sons vanished from sealed nurseries. Not all, not many at once. One here, another there. A child taken during fever. A child presumed dead after a wasting illness. A child lost during a brief failure of palace security. Grief was contained behind etiquette. Records were sealed. Physicians were paid or replaced. Then the children returned, or something wearing their faces returned. Obedient twins, grown in darkness, entered the households of Primarch 5 with the memories required to pass inspection, and the instincts required to wait. They smiled at fathers they did not love. They embraced brothers they would one day betray. They learned court speech, financial doctrine, command etiquette, military logistics. They inherited. They married where commanded. They produced further lines touched by Fabius's work. Primarch 5 whispered a title then, softly at first, then with the helpless reverence of terror. Clone Lord. A governor confronted him in a private chapel beneath a statue of the emperor that had watched too many lies to matter. "You replace my son," the governor said. His hand rested on a concealed weapon beneath his robe. Fabius stood before the altar, studying the crude anatomical errors in the saint carvings. "No, I replaced a probable mediocrity with a reliable instrument. He was my blood. Blood is not an argument. It is a fluid carrying information. You made a thing with his face. I improved your succession." The governor's mouth twisted with grief. "I should call you devil. You should call me punctual. Your rivals move against you tomorrow." The governor froze. Fabius looked at him then. "The son you mourn would have failed to see it. The son I provided already has knives in the correct rooms." By morning, 3 rival houses were headless. By evening, the governor had signed over access to every sealed genealogy vault on the planet. By the next generation, Primarch 5 belonged to Fabius in all ways that mattered, and none that appeared on imperial maps. His void ship bore the harvests of such worlds in its belly. The lower decks stank of sweat, wet fur, oil, old blood and incense burned by creatures that did not understand prayer, but understood fear. Beastmen and beastkin dwelt there in iron pens, engine crawlways, and converted barracks beneath the main surgical vaults. Some were born of mutant stock, taken from feral worlds, and corrected just enough to serve. Some were grown from lines Fabius had preserved for their strength, aggression, and dull obedience. Horned heads bowed when he passed. Hooved feet scraped deck plating. Yellow eyes lowered. Scarred muzzles opened to chant names they had been taught before thought. Maker, Pater, Manflayer. He disliked the devotional quality, but tolerated it. Worship was another behavioral leash if one did not make the error of believing in it. When boarding actions came, the beastkin were released first. Against void pirates in the Thulian dark, they flooded enemy decks with chain hooks, cleavers, boarding shields, and toxin grenades. They died in numbers that would have concerned a commander and interested only a breeder. Their bodies clogged corridors. Their blood made footing treacherous. Behind them came the stim brutes, then the gland warriors, then the surgical servitors dragging harvest cages. Fabius watched through their helm feeds as enemy defenders were hacked apart in red-lit passageways. One pirate captain, enhanced with crude augmetics and inflated courage, challenged him over the Vox. "Face me, butcher," Fabius answered from 3 decks away. "I am facing your species." The captain died beneath beastkin hooves, his skull caved in until his jawbone jutted out through the back of his head. The victory cost Fabius 400 expendable bodies, 9 servitors, 2 brutes, and no irreplaceable data. He considered it a success. Yet flesh did not forgive its architect forever. His own body remained the oldest rebellion in his possession. The blight had never truly left him. It had waited through centuries, through treatments, grafts, replacements, cloned organs, and stolen secrets. It had adapted as he had adapted. It returned in tremors when he worked too long. It seeded tumours beneath corrected tissue. It whispered through his blood in chemical dialects of failure. He was in the upper apothecarian when the collapse came. A captured Astartes lay open beneath him, black-armoured, gene line unimportant compared to the rare mutation hidden within his secondary heart. Fabius had almost isolated the tissue when his left hand stopped obeying. The chirurgeon caught the scalpel before it fell. For a moment, he regarded his own fingers. They trembled, then curled inward, the joints locking with small wet clicks inside the gauntlet. Pain followed. Not useful pain, not information arriving from a subject. His own nerves lit with static. His heart stuttered out of rhythm. Blackness touched the edge of his vision. An attendant stepped forward. "My lord." Fabius turned his head. The motion cost more effort than it should have. "Continue containment of the sample." "My lord, your vitals are not the experiment." He took one step and nearly fell. The chirurgeon limbs braced him, biting into the deck. Alarms began to sound in the vault, soft at first, then rising. His body was betraying him with increasing efficiency. Lungs tightening, blood chemistry collapsing, neural signal degradation moving faster than predicted. Annoying. Servitors detached from the walls and moved toward him. Restraints unfolded from the emergency slab. His vision fragmented into shards of lumen light, organ readouts, and the staring faces of creatures who called him Maker. One beastkin guard at the entrance dropped to its knees, snorting panic through iron nose rings. "Pater," it growled. Fabius hated the word in that moment, not because it was false, because something in the lower decks meant it. He reached the slab. The chirurgeon attached itself to the support frame with practiced precision. Needles entered his neck, spine, and hearts. Somewhere far away inside the ship, clone vaults began their activation cycles. A prepared body would be breathing soon. Neural transfer engines would wake. Memory would become signal. Signal would become continuity. Death approached with its usual lack of imagination. Fabius looked at the captured Astartes still open on the operating table. The sample remained viable. "Do not waste it," he said. Then his body failed. There was darkness, but not silence. Never silence. There were engines. There were wet sounds. There was the distant hum of machines teaching flesh to remember a mind. Fabius opened his eyes. The world swam in nutrient blur. His first breath was fluid. His second was agony. His third was air as the sarcophagus drained around him and cold stabbed new lungs into purpose. Muscles shuddered. Hearts found rhythm. Nerves screamed as memory occupied them like an invading army. A clone body. Younger. Whole. Imperfect. Naturally, but serviceable. The vault, glass before him, reflected a face that was his and not his. Pale, reborn, already marked by the contempt that had outlived the meat. Beyond the glass, attendants bowed. Beastkin lowered their horned heads. Surgical servitors clicked in reverence without understanding. Fabius smiled with new lips. "Resume the harvest," he said. Eidolon sent for him with all the subtlety of a cathedral bell tolling over an execution pit. The message came through 3 intermediaries, 2 encrypted astropathic relays, 1 mutilated courier, and a final data spike carried inside the ribcage of a vat-grown assassin that died on Fabius's operating floor before delivering the last cipher. The artistry was excessive. The intent was simple. The Third Legion, or what still crawled beneath that proud name, had lost a gene seed tithe in the eastern fringe. Eidolon wanted it recovered. Eidolon wanted Fabius to do it. Eidolon wanted obedience disguised as cooperation. Fabius opened the courier's chest while the last of its borrowed blood bubbled through the drainage channels. "Tell Lord Commander Eidolon, he said to the pict recorder implanted in the creature's sternum, "that I acknowledge his continued talent for wasting my time." The dead thing's throat spasmed. Eidolon's recorded voice emerged from it, rich, contemptuous, and swollen with the old arrogance. "You will go, Spider. The tithe is pure, ancient stock, enough to rebuild more than a warband if guided by hands less degenerate than those that lost it. Refuse, and I will send every hungry prince of our legion to your decks. Accept, and you may keep a portion sufficient to entertain your little heresies." Fabius withdrew the data spike and held it to the light. Beside him stood Oleander Coe, perfumed, scarred, smiling with the damaged charm of an emperor's children warrior who had survived too many masters and believed survival itself proof of wit. He wore his arrogance more lightly than most. That did not make him safer. It made him harder to predict. "Little heresies," Oleander said. "He knows how to flatter." Fabius placed the spike into a reader. "Eidolon flatters only mirrors. And yet we are going. We are considering the value of what he has misplaced." Oleander leaned over the corpse. "Pure gene seed. Purity is usually a lie told by those who have not yet improved their instruments. But useful? Possibly." Alcanex arrived later, as inevitable as infection in an unsealed wound. He came with warriors lacquered in purple, ivory, and old blood, every one of them too polished to be trusted and too dangerous to discard. Alcanex himself moved with the serpentine grace common to Fulgrim's sons when vanity had not yet fully devoured discipline. His armor was exquisite, worked with screaming faces in gold relief, each mouth open as if praising him. He bowed without humility. "Fabius, Oleander, I see the old web gathers flies." Fabius did not look up from the navigational projection. "And occasionally something less useful." Alcanex smiled. "Lord Commander Eidolon has entrusted me with oversight." Eidolon entrusts lice with oversight when they cling to a scalp he wishes to irritate. Oleander laughed softly. Alcanex's eyes cooled. "We all serve the Legion." "No," Fabius said. "You serve nostalgia wearing ceremonial plate." The chamber became still. Around them, the Vesalius breathed through old iron lungs, its decks alive with the murmur of engines, surgical machinery, caged beasts, and altered men. Fabius had rebuilt the ship so often that it was less a vessel than an organism held together by hatred, ingenuity, and replacement organs of plasteel. Beneath its upper decks lived his glandhounds, his new men, his beastkin, his vat brutes, his failures, and his promises. Within its sealed heart slept secrets that would have driven loyal apothecaries to murder and prayer in equal measure. Alcanex glanced toward the bulkheads as if he could hear the hidden generations moving within. "You surround yourself with mongrels. I surround myself with the future. The future wears purple and gold. The past wore purple and gold. Then it began screaming at its own reflection." Oleander's smile faded slightly at that. Even among the Emperor's children, there were truths best left unpolished. They translated toward the eastern fringe with a fleet, too small for conquest and too rotten with ambition for unity. Eidolon's creatures, Fabius's servants, Alcanex's blade brothers, Oleander's private ambitions, and the hungry whispers of the warp all rode the same failing skein of purpose. They followed the trail of the lost tithe through dead relay stations, silent supply hulks, and a minor war zone where an imperial punitive force had annihilated the renegade custodians who had once guarded the gene vault. By the time the Vesalius reached the last coordinates, the trail no longer pointed to any human hand. It pointed to solemnness, The world was a tomb that had taught itself patience. From orbit, it seemed almost serene. No riot of demonic color, no hive smog, no planetary shield flare challenging intruders. Its surface shone with geometric coldness beneath black skies, all cyclopean vault mouths, buried galleries, impossible monuments and silent structures arranged according to mathematics, older than mankind's first fire. There were no distress signals, no vox chatter, no waste heat of a living civilization, only stillness. Oleander stared through the oculus. I dislike this place. Your survival instincts occasionally function, Fabius said. Alcanex snorted. Xenos graves, nothing more. Fabius watched the Auspex return data that contradicted itself. Depth readings without bottom, energy signatures that appeared, vanished, and reappeared inside the ship's own sensorium. Vast interior spaces beneath the crust, arranged like vaults within vaults within vaults. Not a grave, he said, a collection. The landing party entered through a portal that opened before they touched it. That should have been warning enough for any creature with a functional mind. The Emperor's children took it as invitation. Their boots rang upon black stone polished to a mirror sheen. Their bolters tracked shadows that never moved when watched. The air was dry, cold, and utterly without decay. No dust lay on the floor. No mold marked the walls. Nothing living had been permitted to leave evidence of its passage, unless the master of that place wished it recorded. The galleries began beyond the first gate. Fabius had seen palaces, flesh vaults, demonic citadels, gene archives, and mechanicum data temples hollowed into moons. Salome surpassed them not through grandeur alone, but through possession. Whole civilizations stood preserved in stasis fields, arranged in rows, tableau dioramas, and battle displays. Armies frozen mid-charge, kings in coronation poses, Xenos beasts locked with jaws open around prey that would never finish dying. Human regiments held forever in the instant before artillery erased them. Astartes warriors from forgotten wars, captured at the moment of triumph, horror or defiance. Banners that had last flown beneath extinct suns. Machines whose purposes had outlived the species that built them. Dead history, curated. Oleander moved closer to a display of armoured warriors with crimson helms. Are they alive? In a limited sense, Fabius said. Can they suffer? Not unless the field permits it. Oleander sounded disappointed. Wasteful. No, Fabius said, and for once the word carried something close to professional respect. Efficient. The necrons emerged without ceremony. One moment the gallery was empty save for the intruders. The next, ranks of metal warriors stood in the aisles between exhibits. Gas flayers held with perfect stillness. Their eyes burned green. Their bodies were skeletal mockeries of life, not because they resembled death, but because death itself seemed crude beside them. No breath, no tremor, no muscle waiting to betray command. Fabius studied them with cold hunger, living metal, self-repairing necrodermis, immortality by transference rather than biology. The necrons were an insult to flesh and therefore deeply instructive. Alcanex raised his blade. Fabius caught his wrist. Do not. Alcanex's face twisted. You presume command. I presume arithmetic. There are more of them than your vanity can kill. A voice spoke from the gallery above, dry, amused, and ancient beyond theatricality. How refreshing. A guest who can count. Trays in the infinite descended upon a platform of black metal, staff in hand, cloak of segmented metal shifting without wind. His skull face seemed permanently amused by the inadequacy of younger races. Around him, scarabs clicked across the railing, tiny custodians of impossible memory. Fabius Bile, said the Necron overlord. Apothecary, manflayer, clone lord, chem master in one provincial dialect, though I confess that title lacks poetry. You have been difficult to catalogue. Fabius inclined his head slightly. Not deference. Acknowledgement of a dangerous specimen. Treason. Oh, good. Reputation survives. I do cultivate it carefully. You have something that belongs to me. Treason's eyelights brightened. That is the common complaint of thieves. The gene seed tithe. Ah, that. A modest acquisition, but notable provenance. It came to me through several hands, most of which I did not keep attached to their owners. Pure Emperor's Children material is increasingly rare. One must preserve these things before your kind ruins them completely. Alcanex stepped forward. Xenos, you will return what you stole or be torn apart. Treason turned his skull face toward him. You would look excellent in the late heresy degenerative display, very representative. Excessive ornamentation, poor impulse control, facial symmetry tolerable. Oleander murmured, I am beginning to like him. Fabius ignored them both. What is your price? Trazen's attention returned to him. Direct. How disappointing. I had prepared several hours of condescension. I am not here for theatre. No, you bring your own. At a gesture from the Necron, stasis displays shifted. A new field ignited beside them, revealing an empty plinth. Its plaque shimmered in alien script before translating into rough low Gothic. Fabius Bile, Homo sapiens transhuman variant, notable heretic, repeated death offender. Oleander chuckled. Alcanex did not. Fabius studied the plinth. Ambitious. Prepared, Treason corrected. There is a difference. The trap activated without visible command. The air hardened. Time dragged like a blade through tar. Alcanex's warriors froze mid-motion, some reaching for triggers, some already snarling. Oleander twisted, fighting the field with useless elegance. Fabius felt stasis brush his armor, seeking to make him an object. His chirurgeon flared, injecting counteragents, overloading sensory buffers, burning through contingency pathways he had prepared for Xenos technologies he had never encountered, but always anticipated in principle. He did not escape the field. He delayed it, enough to speak. If you wanted me preserved, he said slowly, each word forced through thickening time, you would not have announced yourself. Treason leaned closer. And why is that? Because you are curious whether I can bargain better than I can be displayed. The field released. Oleander stumbled. One of Alcanex's warriors fired by reflex. The Gorse beam took a chunk from a column. Necron warriors aimed as one. Treason lifted a finger. No one moved. Excellent, said the Overlord. I do appreciate a mind that does not waste panic. Fabius straightened. The tithe. Yes. In exchange, I require a better exhibit. You already have legions. I have samples. I lack narrative. The Necron's gaze seemed to pierce through him, through the flesh, through the stolen bodies, through the distributed evasions of death. You have something aboard your vessel, Fabius Bile. Something with a face that has launched 1,000 betrayals. For the first time in the exchange, Fabius said nothing. The Fulgrim clone had matured in secret. Not merely grown. Growth was easy. This one had unfolded into himself with terrifying grace. He walked the sealed decks of the Vesalius as if born to command them, and the ship seemed to resent how readily lesser beings bent around his presence. He was beautiful in the old way, before excess had curdled splendor into appetite. His features were Fulgrim's as memory wished to remember them. His voice could still a room. His sword work had become murderous elegance within weeks. The Glandhounds watched him with awe they did not show Fabius. That alone had been enough to condemn him. For all his promise, he carried the seed. Not mutation, not corruption. Worse, inevitability. The arrogance was there, sleeping beneath nobility. The hunger to be loved. The instinct to arrange souls into mirrors. The gravitational pull that turned suns into orbiting bodies and called their surrender loyalty. Fabius had seen it in Fulgrim. He had seen what came after. A perfect father was still a father, and fathers made slaves of sons simply by existing. While Fabius bargained in the galleries of Solemnes, Alcanex made his move aboard the Vesalius. He had waited for absence, as ambitious fools often did. His boarding parties spread through the upper decks beneath the pretense of emergency readiness, then struck at the junctions between the apothecarian levels, gene vault lifts, and command spinal. Emperor's children killed Fabius's attendants in the corridors, laughing as they went, blades flashing through mutated serfs and horned beastkin. They expected screaming chaff. They expected panic. They expected a ship of monsters without its master. They found kill zones. The first boarding squad entered a narrow transit throat and died when the walls vented powdered coagulant through their armor joints. The substance mixed with sweat, blood, and lubricant, then hardened. They froze upright, statues of purple plate, while new men descended from ceiling hatches with needle carbines and monoknives. They cut throats through gorget seals, harvested ammunition, and vanished before the next squad arrived. On deck 17, Glandhounds feigned retreat through a medici corridor lined with empty restraint frames. Alcanex's swordsmen pursued, eager for close work. The toxin vents opened when the last of them crossed the threshold. Not enough to kill Astartes quickly, enough to blur sight, slow reaction time and overload taste receptors with phantom rot. Then the lights died. In the dark, the Glandhounds came back. They fought without the theatrical flourishes of the third. Hook blades into knee joints, shotguns at seal gaps, acid charges slapped against backpacks, chain spears driven under breastplates and twisted until organs pulped. One Emperor's Children champion cut down 6 of them before a vat-grown hound leapt onto his back and drove both thumbs through the weakened lens of his helm. The champion screamed curses through vox static while the hound bit into the exposed cheek and tore away a mouthful of transhuman flesh. On the lower decks, beastkin died in droves and were useful in death. They rushed the borders with cleavers, horns, and crude shields, chanting Maker, Maker, Maker through broken tusks. Emperor's children cut them apart in arcs of spraying blood. Limbs flew, hooves skidded in entrails, horned heads burst beneath bolt pistols. But every second spent butchering them gave the new men time to reposition, and every corpse made footing treacherous. Then the Fulgrim clone appeared. He came through the smoke with a blade in hand and no helm upon his perfect head. The corridor violence seemed to bend around him. Glandhounds lowered their weapons in shock. New men paused in the act of killing. Even the Emperor's children hesitated, because the past had stepped into the red emergency light wearing their father's face. Alcanex saw him and went still. "My lord," he whispered. The clone smiled, and the smile was almost kind. "You have mistaken ambition for inheritance," he said. Alcanex's pride saved him from kneeling. "Barely. You are not him." "No," the clone raised his sword. "I may be better." They met in the central spinal corridor amid blood, smoke, and the bodies of those who had died for masters they did not understand. Alcanex was fast, skilled, cruel, and experienced. The clone was something else. He fought with beauty, unpoisoned by indulgence, and that made it far worse. Every cut was correction, every parry a judgment. He moved as though battle had been invented to explain him. The Glandhounds rallied. "Hold the ship," the clone commanded, and they obeyed. That was the moment Fabius, watching through remote feeds relayed from Solemnes, knew the decision had already been made. Not because the clone was flawed, because he was effective. The Vesalius would have followed him. The new men would have admired him. The Glandhounds would have died gladly at a gesture. Emperor's children who had spat upon Fabius's creations would have wept to be near him. His very existence would turn Fabius's work into another legion, another bloodline kneeling before another beautiful tyrant. Trazyn watched the same feed with apparent delight. "Oh, that is exquisite," said the necron. "The posture, the command presence, the tragedy implied by repetition. I must have him." Fabius remained silent. "Come now," Trazyn said. "You knew before you came. That is why he was hidden. That is why he is dangerous. You have made a father and discovered that sons are most obedient when they are not free." Fabius looked at the gene tithe held in stasis beyond the necron's shoulder. Pure 3-legion stock. Enough for nearly 18,000 legionaries, if one were crude. Enough for far more, if one understood economy, derivation, and adaptation. "The tithe," Fabius said. "The clone," Trazyn replied. "And the Emperor's children aboard my ship who followed Alcanex. A useful accompaniment. Context enhances display." Oleander stared at Fabius. "You cannot be considering this." "I am beyond considering it. That thing has Fulgrim's face." "Precisely." On the Vesalius, the clone disarmed Alcanex. He did not kill him at once. That too was telling. He stood over the beaten lord with terrible grace, offering surrender, unity, perhaps even redemption. Words came through the feed, distorted by damage. "We need not be what our father became." Fabius closed his eyes for a moment. There, the poison in its sweetest form. Hope. When he opened them, his voice was steady. "Agreed." Trazyn's staff struck the floor. Stasis lightning unfolded across distance by technologies Fabius could not yet pass. Solemnes reached into the Vesalius like a cold hand. Corridors froze. Blood droplets hung in air. Glandhounds locked mid-charge. Emperor's children paused in acts of murder. Alcanex, kneeling, eyes wide with defeated fury, became a statue. The Fulgrim clone turned his head toward the hidden pict lens at the last instant, as if he knew. Perhaps he did. His expression was not fear, it was disappointment. That irritated Fabius more than hatred would have. Then he was gone, translated into Trazyn's possession, along with Alcanex and the surviving traitors who had mistaken proximity to greatness for destiny. The Vesalius groaned as the stolen mass vanished from its decks. The Glandhounds remained, released a heartbeat later into silence, surrounded by absence and cooling blood. Trazyn gestured. The gene tithe floated toward Fabius in a containment reliquary of black metal and green light. "A pleasure doing business," said the necron. "You have such a gift for making history repeat itself with slight variations. I admire that in a subject. I am not your subject. Not today." Fabius took the reliquary. He could feel its value even through sealed fields, futures in suspension, legions unborn, raw inheritance waiting to be cut, corrected, expanded, and surpassed. Oleander said nothing as they departed Solemnes. For once, wisdom had found him. The Vesalius received its master in wounded silence. Deck crews scraped Emperor's children remains from bulkheads. Surgical servitors collected gene samples from the dead. Beastkin keened in the lower holds, confused by victory that tasted like abandonment. The Glandhounds stood in formation when Fabius entered the central vault, their faces marked by blood, grief, anger, and worship they tried to hide. One of them stepped forward, young, strong, made, not born in the old way. "Where is he?" the Hound asked. Fabius studied him. "Preserved. He led us. Yes. He saved the ship. No. He endangered the future." The Hound's jaw tightened. Around him, others listened. Not mutinous. Not yet. But the clone had touched something in them Fabius had worked very hard not to cultivate. "Why?" the Hound asked. Fabius moved close enough that the Hound had to look up. "Because fathers are obsolete." He turned away before the Hound could answer and approached the sealed gene tithe. Within the reliquary waited the old legion's purity, stolen, bartered, reclaimed, and already condemned to become something else. Fulgrim's face was gone from his ship. Good. Let Trazyn display beauty in a cage. Let dead civilizations stare at a perfect son who would never found another empire of mirrors. Fabius placed one hand upon the containment field. "Sons," he murmured, "can be manufactured." Fabius Bile had learned all that Astartes science could teach him by cutting through its limits. The Legions Astartes had been miracles when measured against the frailty of baseline humanity. But miracles were only machines, admired by the ignorant. He had opened enough space marines to know where the Emperor's design repeated itself, where it wasted strength, where it solved one problem by creating 3 subtler ones. He had grown clones, harvested primarch flesh, bred new men, engineered obedience, bought worlds with poisons and toppled dynasties with replacement sons. He had died and returned to himself through prepared meat. Yet there remained doors his scalpels had not opened. The drukhari had never knelt to human biology. They had made pain a currency, identity a garment, and death an administrative inconvenience. Their homunculi did not merely repair bodies. They reinvented suffering until it became architecture. They took flesh beyond endurance, beyond form, beyond sanity, and then returned it screaming to usefulness. Fabius despised them. He also recognized mastery. That was why he hunted one of their ships at the edge of a dead system, whose sun had burned down into a swollen ember. The raider came out of the void like a shard of midnight glass, its sails drinking starlight, its hull curved and bladed with the predatory elegance of a knife designed by sadists with infinite patience. It struck at a pilgrim convoy that had wandered too far from sanctioned routes, flensing escort vessels open with lance fire and boarding the largest transport while its passengers howled prayers across open Vox. Fabius let the massacre begin before he moved. The Vesalius had waited behind a curtain of sensor ghosts and stolen night shield distortions, its engines cold, its weapons slave to false heat signatures. When the drukhari boarding parties were fully committed and the raiders' arrogance became measurable, Fabius gave the order. His ship fired from darkness. Toxin warheads burst across the raider's dorsal spine. Needle torpedoes punched into sail assemblies and vomited corrosive mist through the control vanes. Boarding hooks struck like harpoons, dragging the vessels closer as the raider tried to slide back into the void. Drukhari gunners answered with dark lances that carved molten wounds through the Vesalius, but Fabius had already calculated acceptable damage. A ship could be repaired. Opportunity could not. His beastkin went first, as always, roaring through boarding tubes with cleavers, chain hooks, and crude shields daubed in blood. The drukhari met them with splinter fire, Shards of crystal poison ripped through fur, muscle, and bone. Horned bodies fell kicking, their veins blackening beneath the skin, their eyes bursting as alien toxins turned blood into sludge. More pushed over the dead, bellowing maker and pater through muzzles full of foam. Behind them came the new men. They did not roar. They advanced. Needle carbines whispered. Monoblades found gaps in Baroque armor. Toxin grenades burst in pale clouds, engineered from poisons stolen, bought and improved from a dozen dead cultures. Drukhari moved like murder given grace, too fast for mortal soldiers, cruelly precise, blades flashing through throats and wrists and tendons. The new men died, but not stupidly. They learned as they fought. They used the dead as cover. They feigned weakness. They counted steps. Fabius entered the raider after the third breach. The corridors were narrow and elegant, grown more than built, their walls pulsing faintly with captured pain. Hooks hung from ceiling ribs. Flayed trophies swayed in the recycled air. Some of the pilgrim captives had been dragged aboard alive and already altered for amusement. One man had been unfolded across a shrine of black metal, skin peeled back from muscle and pinned like ceremonial cloth, while his organs remained functional under tiny clamps. His mouth opened in a sound too thin to be a scream. Fabius passed him, then paused. The arrangement of nerves had been redirected without killing the subject. Pain response was intensified, yet shock had been delayed, crude in presentation, elegant in mechanism. He removed the man's exposed spinal cluster for later review and continued walking. The drukhari archon commanding the vessel tried to bargain when defeat became probable. He stood upon the bridge among dying retainers and cracked crystal displays, his armor sheened with shadow fields, his blade wet with beastkin blood. His face was beautiful in the empty Xenos fashion, sharp and disdainful, as if even fear had been trained to kneel before vanity. "You trespass upon art you cannot comprehend," the Archon hissed. Fabius studied the bridge architecture. "I comprehend enough to identify inefficient command placement. You are meat in stolen iron. And you are an anatomical curiosity with pretensions." The Archon lunged. His shadow field caught the first 3 strikes from the chirurgeon. The 4th was not a strike. It released a mist of reactive particulate, keyed to the flicker pattern of the field. The air around the Xenos shimmered. Fabius's left gauntlet fired a needle through the instant of instability. The dart entered beneath the jaw and bloomed inside the skull. The Archon fell without grace. Fabius took the ship, not because he needed the hull, but because he needed a door. Comorragh did not open to supplicants. It opened to predators, fools, slaves, raiders, and those who had learned to mistake danger for invitation. Fabius forced his way through captured codes, tortured navigational implants, and a living pilot whose nervous system had to be kept screaming in a particular rhythm for the webway aperture to remain stable. The Vesalius remained behind. The captured raider slid through impossible geometry and into the dark city. Comorragh was not a city. It was an atrocity that had discovered scale. Its towers hung in directions that mocked gravity. Its bridges crossed gulfs where stolen suns burned in cages. Spires of black crystal, bone, metal, and living tissue pierced a sky that had never been sky. Raiders moved through the air like schools of blades. Screams rose from arenas, slave markets, laboratories and palaces built upon the remains of civilizations, dragged into the webway and taught the meaning of helplessness. Every surface seemed made to cut, display, impale, expose, or remember suffering. Fabius looked upon it, and felt no awe. He felt professional interest. He allowed himself to be captured within the first cycle. Not easily. That would have insulted both parties. His escorts killed enough drukhari to establish value. His countermeasures ruined a hunting pack of skyboard killers. His chirurgeon disemboweled a grotesque that tried to seize him from behind, spilling loops of engineered intestine across a bridge of obsidian glass. He crippled 3 raider nobles and poisoned a 4th so thoroughly that the Xenos begged for death in a language his translator rendered as poetry. Then the homunculi came. They did not rush. They did not posture like archons or shriek like arena beasts. They drifted from the darkness in robes of skin, metal and shadow, their bodies elongated, mutilated, perfected according to philosophies that had strangled compassion before mankind first named fire. Their fingers were instruments, their spines were racks of tools, their faces were masks of amusement carved into ancient cruelty. At their centre moved Hexachires of the Coven of the 13 Scars. He was less a body than a consensus of knives. Arms unfolded from within sleeves that should not have held them. His back bore surgical limbs like a mockery of Fabius's own, but finer, more obscene, each tipped with devices that seemed designed to open not flesh, but the memory of pain. His voice was soft enough to be intimate and sharp enough to flense. Fabius Bile, Hexachires said, the little monkey who cuts as though he has invented edges. Fabius inclined his head. Hexachires, a relic that mistakes age for superiority. Several homunculi laughed. The sound was dry, delighted, hungry. You enter our city aboard a stolen vessel, kill our pets, poison our kin, and permit capture only when it suits your sense of theatre. I came to learn. A lesson requires a teacher. A teacher requires proof of qualification. And have we qualified? You are not without merit. Hexachires smiled with too many small teeth. Chain him. Fabius did not resist. The Tower of Flesh received him through gates made from screaming men whose mouths had been fused into hinges. Inside, pain had been made into infrastructure. The walls breathed. The floors flexed slightly beneath each step, warm as living tissue. Surgical galleries rose in spirals around pits where bodies were taken apart and rebuilt for audiences that applauded with languid cruelty. Slaves hung in curtains, their nerves drawn out into harp strings plucked by attendants wearing masks of polished bone. Grotesques stood in alcoves, huge and patient, their bodies layered with grafts, weapon ports, reinforced organs, and implanted rage. Pain engines crawled overhead like obscene insects, their limbs dripping venom and sedatives. In one theatre, a human general from some forgotten crusade had been kept alive for centuries, his body reduced to a torso and face mounted upon a silver frame. Homunculi apprentices rewrote his skin every day with the names of battles he had lost after capture. In another, a Xenos beast the size of a hab block had been compressed into the shape of a chair while retaining full consciousness. It whimpered whenever anyone sat. Fabius observed everything. Hexachires had him suspended in the central theatre, armour removed, body pierced by hooks, restraints, and sensory needles. The homunculus circled him as apprentices watched from balconies. Your flesh is disappointing, Hexachires said. Overworked, repeatedly copied, diseased. Patched with cleverness, yes, but still stubbornly mammalian. How often have you died? Less often than those who attempted to make it permanent. Pride, good. It sweetens vivisection. Pride is a stimulant for the underdeveloped mind. I prefer purpose. Hexachires inserted a needle into Fabius's exposed side. Pain unfolded, impossibly layered, not merely intense, but articulate. It spoke in nerves, describing organs Fabius had replaced, wounds he had forgotten, deaths he had bypassed. His muscles locked, his vision whitened. He did not scream. The homunculi watched with growing interest. Fabius breathed through it, catalogued it, separated sensation from signal. Pain did not become less. He became more precise. Elegant delivery, he said at last. Poor economy. You waste excess stimulation in the peripheral lattice. The theatre went silent. Hexachiris leaned closer. Say that again. You are overfeeding the nerves. It produces drama, not efficiency. If the purpose is confession, focus the spinal roots. If the purpose is obedience, interrupt motor anticipation rather than drowning sensation. If the purpose is art, continue as you are. Art tolerates waste. For a moment, the ancient Xenos stared at him. Then, Hexachiris laughed, not mocked, not amused by inferiority, genuinely pleased. Cut him down, he said. The Monkey has teeth in his mind. So Fabius learned, not as a supplicant, never as that. He watched homunculi grow bodies from flayed remnants, restore consciousness to severed heads, distill terror into regenerative catalysts, fold pain through identity and reassemble the dead as though souls were only badly stored data. He studied their handling of nerve recursion, their methods of preserving sentience in fragments, their grafting of pain memory into obedient flesh. He learned how they stabilize forms that should have collapsed under mutation. He learned how they taught bodies to remember shapes they had never possessed. In return, he offered fragments, Astartes organ architecture, human gene line manipulation, endocrine control, the secrets of cloned transhuman tissue. Not enough to empower them beyond what was acceptable, enough to keep them curious, enough to make them underestimate what he withheld. Hexachiris delighted in debate. You still cling to improvement, the homunculus said one cycle, as they watched a coven apprentice turn a captured warrior into a living instrument. The man's ribs had been opened and tuned. Each breath played a wet chord. Improvement is measurable, Fabius said. Improvement is a provincial ambition. We pursue refinement, suffering made exquisite, existence extended into sensation until time itself becomes an accomplice. You are parasites who decorated hunger until it resembled philosophy. And you are a corpse that keeps building nurseries. Fabius looked at him then. Hexachiris smiled. Ah, there. The little father bears a vein. My work does not concern fatherhood. All makers become parents to something, whether they admit it before the knives or after. Fabius turned back to the operating pit. Sentiment from a torturer is still sentiment. Denial from a scientist is still prayer. The words stayed with him longer than he permitted. When he had learned enough, he engineered departure. Comorragh was too vast to conquer, too layered to escape by force alone, and too treacherous for any single route to remain reliable after use. Fortunately, the drukhari were less a civilization than a wound full of knives. Every cabal hated another. Every noble maintained enemies as carefully as slaves. Every coven hoarded insults older than imperial sectors. Fabius did not need to defeat the Dark City. He needed to make it notice itself. He began with stolen organs. A prized regeneration matrix belonging to the 13th Woe was found in the vaults of a rival cabal. A set of neural flutes carved from the spines of extinct seers appeared in the hands of arena beastmasters, who had no idea how they had acquired them. A shipment of perfected pain stimulants was contaminated with a compound that induced murderous certainty in those already inclined towards suspicion. False messages moved through slave markets and shadow courts, each bearing evidence just strong enough to inflame pride and just flawed enough to demand immediate revenge. Within 3 cycles, Comorragh remembered its favourite language: war. Raidercraft screamed between towers. Splinterfire fell like poisonous rain. Shadowfields flickered in dueling courts as archons cut at one another beneath banners of flayed skin. Cabals launched ambushes through webway folds and hidden aerial lanes. Grotesques smashed through market districts, dragging chains of screaming captives behind them. Pain engines crawled over palace walls, their tendrils snatching warriors from battlements and hollowing them in mid-air. Vat horrors released from coven pens lurched through the lower districts, swollen with stolen organs and needle teeth, killing anything that moved beautifully enough to offend them. Fabius's countermeasures unfolded in the chaos. New men hidden among slave transports broke their collars and seized a transit artery. Toxin charges brewed from stolen homunculi reagents turned one pursuit pack inside out, their bones pushing through skin in flowering red spires. Beastkin smuggled in stasis crates were released into a Cabal barracks, where they died loudly and bought 12 minutes. His personal servitors, refitted with drukhari surgical principles, moved through vents and underbridges, opening locks, severing power nerves, releasing screams from machinery that had never been alive until Comorragh insisted otherwise. Hexachires found him at the last gate. The homunculus stood amid falling ash and drifting skin scraps, elegant as a blade laid across a throat. Behind him came the 13 scars, each more grotesque than the last, their bodies rearranged around ancient injuries worn as honours. Their creations prowled at their heels, grotesques, racks, things with human hands sewn into Xeno's mouths, things without eyes that smelled thought. "You disappoint me," Hexachires said. Fabius stood before the captured webway aperture, reliquaries secured, data sealed, armour restored, chirurgeon limbs flexing behind him. "I improved my position. You stole from us. I learned from you. The theft was incidental. You think yourself predator because you escaped the cage. No. I think you careless because you believe the cage belonged only to you." Hexachires raised one many-jointed hand. "Your little species design, your new men, your homo novus. We have tasted their scent in your blood. We will find them." Fabius went still. The homunculus saw it and smiled wider. There. Not pride, not curiosity. Possession. How tender. Fabius's needle arose. Hexachires did not move. "You will not preserve them forever," the homunculus continued. "You make children in the dark and pretend they are weapons. We will open them. We will teach them forms you did not imagine. We will send them back to you singing." Fabius fired. The needle passed through Hexachires and struck an illusion of folded light. The homunculus laughed from somewhere to the left, then from above, then from every throat of every stitched thing behind him. Fabius activated the gate. Splinter fire filled the air. Chirurgeon limbs deflected what they could. One shard punched through his side and began poisoning 3 organs before countertoxins met it. A grotesque charged through the gap, roaring with implanted hunger, and Fabius's rod of torment struck it across the face. The creature collapsed, convulsing so hard its own spine tore free of its pelvis. His new men fired in disciplined volleys. Drukhari died laughing, bleeding jewel-dark blood across the threshold. Fabius stepped backward into impossible light. Hexachires' final words followed him through the closing gate. "Run, little father. We will come for your heirs." Centuries later, when the Homo Novus project ripened beyond hidden trials and scattered bloodlines, when new men moved unseen through imperial worlds, renegade courts and void routes, when Fabius's creations began to act not merely as tools, but as a people, the threat returned with teeth. The 13 Scars had not forgotten. Their agents found breeding enclaves. Their raiders struck hidden colonies. New men vanished from sealed habitats and were returned as messengers, still alive, their bodies altered into impossible shapes that continued breathing despite lacking anything a human anatomist would call survivable arrangement. One enclave sent a distress signal that consisted only of children's voices reciting Fabius's private research notes in perfect unison, while something wet laughed behind them. The war for his future began not with armies, but with theft. Fabius marshalled allies he despised, debtors he mistrusted, old enemies who owed him survival, and creations who looked upon him with the reverence he had always condemned. Emperor's children warbands, mutant hosts, beastkin, glandhounds, new men cells hidden under false identities, surgical fleets, toxin arsenals, stolen drukhari devices turned back upon their makers. He told himself it was preservation of research. He told himself the Homo novus were proof, not progeny. He told himself many things as the 13 Scars closed their knives around everything he had made. In the quiet of his vault, surrounded by cloned bodies, gene caskets, screaming subjects and maps of hidden settlements, Fabius reviewed the options that remained. Some paths required sacrifice of territory. Some required abandonment of assets. Some required pacts with powers he loathed. The homunculi knew too much. They could not be beaten by ordinary evasion. They did not fear death, pain, time, or atrocity. They understood ownership of flesh with an intimacy even he respected. To save his creations, he would need a weapon beyond biology. The thought disgusted him. Beyond the sealed chamber, his followers gathered. New men, glandhounds, beastkin, altered servants, all waiting for the Maker to preserve them from monsters older than mankind's nightmares. Their faith pressed against the walls like heat. Fabius looked at his own reflection in the black glass of a stasis cylinder. For 10,000 years, he had denied gods, souls, damnation, and worship as imprecise labels for forces lesser minds refused to dissect. He had cut open bodies, cloned legends, mocked demons, bargained with Xeno's ancients, and returned from death through the machinery of his own contempt. Now the future he had made stood under threat, and somewhere in the dark, the price of its preservation waited with a smile. Fabius placed one hand against the cylinder. Inside, a prepared clone floated without dreams. "My soul," he said softly, tasting the word like a contaminant, "has always been an accounting error." The machines hummed around him. For the first time, he wondered who else might believe they owned it. The galaxy had split open, and all the old wounds had learned to bleed again. The cicatrix maledictum burned across the heavens like a blade wound through reality, spilling madness into systems that had once believed distance and steel could protect them. Astropaths died speaking languages no human throat should carry. Navigators clawed at their third eyes. Worlds vanished behind warp storms and returned with their oceans boiling, their children born chanting, their dead standing in fields to face the wrong sunrise. The Imperium called it disaster. Priests called it judgment. Sorcerers called it revelation. Fabius Bile called it an altered operating environment. Real space bled. Therefore, new reagents flowed. The age of psychic awakening had made the galaxy louder, not merely in the warp, though the Empyrean howled with fresh hunger, but in the flesh. Mutations ripened faster. latent talents ignited in common bloodlines. Whole populations sickened under stresses no previous era had provided in such abundance. Men born blind saw demons reflected in metal. Penal battalions developed shared nightmares and killed their commissars with synchronized precision. Hive mobs birthed saints, monsters, witches, and failures in equal number. Evolution, panic, and corruption had entered a period of obscene acceleration. Fabius moved through it like a surgeon through a battlefield morgue, calm, predatory, and disgusted by the lack of discipline. The Vesalius prowled the dark between failing systems with its night shields folded around it like a stolen shadow. Its holds were swollen with cages, Varax, gene caskets, toxin shrines, beastkin barracks, stasis crypts, and sealed operating chambers, where things that had once been human learned to survive without mercy. Its decks smelled of preservative fluid, machine oil, old blood, animal musk, and fear filtered through recycled air. In its lower chambers, the beastmen chanted to him with broken devotion. In the mid-decks, new men watched and learned. In the upper apothecarian, Fabius reviewed wars before entering them, seeking not victory but harvest. The Ark Contagious had been taken from the Death Guard by theft dressed as strategy. It was a vile thing, not merely an artifact, not merely a container, not merely a relic of pestilence. It was a wound made portable, a reservoir of contagion lore, a cornucopia of plague essence and impossible fertility devoted to rot. Its surface crawled with swollen script that burst and healed and burst again. It wept fluid that corroded sanctified steel, sickened servitors through sealed casings, and made mortal attendants dream of gardens growing from their own opened bellies. Even Fabius disliked keeping it aboard his vessel. Dislike did not reduce utility. He stole it by allowing 3 rival warbands to believe they had done so first. A Death Guard escort flotilla translated near a grave moon in the Cinnaroth reaches, escorting the Ark through a belt of dead stations. 2 renegade strike cruisers, bribed by false intelligence, attacked from the inner dark. A third force, composed of ambitious corsairs, too ignorant to recognize the bait in their own greed, struck the Death Guard's rear. While bolters, plague shells and torpedoes carved the void into fire, the Vesalius slid beneath auger notice and launched boarding craft wrapped in night shield distortion. The Death Guard did not panic. They never did. Their hulls endured punishment with the patience of diseased mountains. Their warriors advanced through breached corridors in rotted green plate, bellies swollen, armour split by horn and rust, bolters coughing shells that carried fever into every wound. Fabius's beastkin died by the 100 in the first assault wave, their bodies swelling with flies before they hit the deck. Good. Their deaths mapped the plague gradients. The second wave wore corrected filters and acid-lined flesh seals. By the time the Death Guard realised the true thrust of the attack, the Ark was already being dragged through a breach tunnel by vat-grown brutes with no lungs to infect and no future worth preserving. A plague champion blocked the extraction route, his armour crusted with bells, bone charms, and wet rust. He raised a man-reaper dripping black mucus and laughed through a grill full of flies. "You steal from the grandfather's table," he gurgled. Fabius stood before him in white armour, already speckled by corrosive droplets. The chirurgeon limbs arched above him, their blades freshly oiled, their injectors loaded with compounds he had spent centuries refining from lesser contagions. "I steal from incompetents who leave useful tools in transit." The champion's laughter thickened. "All flesh ripens. yours most of all. My flesh has been disappointing death for longer than you have been cultivating mold. The plague champion charged. He moved with the deceptive speed of the death guard, a lurching inevitability rather than grace. The man-reaper came down in a curve meant to bisect Fabius from shoulder to hip. One chirurgeon limb caught the haft and shattered. Another struck the champion's knee joint and injected a catalytic solvent that turned rubberized sealant into froth. The Death Guard warrior did not slow. His fist hammered into Fabius's chest, cracking plate and driving him back against the bulkhead. Fabius fired the Zyclos needler into the open seam beneath the champion's gorget. The darts disappeared into swollen meat. The champion laughed again. Poison? No, Fabius said. Instruction. The darts ruptured. The modified agents did not try to kill the plague marine. They taught parts of his infection to reject other parts. Bloated glands convulsed. Fungal colonies hardened into stone. Rusted implants screamed as corrosive symbiotes reversed polarity. The champion staggered, suddenly at war with himself in a way even Nurgle's gifts could not immediately reconcile. Fabius stepped close and struck him with the rod of torment. Pain found pathways rot had not dulled. The champion dropped to one knee, laughing and choking and vomiting beetles through his grill. Fabius's chirurgeon opened his chest and removed a pulsing plague organ before the warrior understood that the duel had never been a duel. Grandfather's table, Fabius murmured, sealing the sample. Provincial language. Typhus came after him. Of course he did. The Herald of Nurgle did not pursue like a warlord avenging insult. He came like a weather system of decay. The plague fleet moved through the warp, with its bells tolling through nightmares ahead of its arrival. Worlds in its path sickened before its vessels translated. Astropathic choirs burst into coughing fits and drowned in black phlegm. Void stations blistered with growths beneath their armor skin. On plague-choked command decks, rotted captains spoke Typhus's will, while Nurglings gnawed at cables and laughed in the bilges. Fabius did not flee blindly. He led them. He had already chosen the killing ground, a fortress world whose official name had been buried beneath centuries of tithe records, bastion protocols, and prayer. Its people called it Varax Bastion. It guarded a warp route, a chain of supply moons, and 3 shrine colonies, swollen with refugees from the torn half of the Imperium. Its orbital defences were formidable. Its surface bristled with macro batteries, shield domes, trench continents, armoured manufactoria, and cemeteries large enough to be visible from orbit. Billions laboured beneath its guns. Millions served in its planetary defence forces. Hundreds of thousands died in training cycles before the enemy ever arrived. Fabius found allies among the damned before the first plague shell fell. Argento Corian, Lord of the Shriven, met him in the shadow of a dead moon. Corian wore power armour that had been stripped of old heraldry and etched with scars, each one supposedly marking a betrayal survived. His warband bore the same name as a confession. The Shriven were hard, bitter and ambitious, space marines who had lost some larger war long ago and made identity from refusal to disappear. They did not worship as the word-bearers worshipped. They did not rot like the Death Guard or preen like Fulgrim's sons. They wanted strength, survival, and revenge. That made them predictable. Corian entered Fabius's strategium with 4 warriors and no helm. His face was heavy with old scar tissue. One eye had been replaced by a red augmetic lens that clicked as it focused on the Ark's sealed containment sigil. "You bring Typhus behind you," Corian said. "I bring opportunity behind me. You bring plague. Plague is opportunity with poor manners. Corian's jaw tightened. My warband does not kneel to your needle. No. It sells me access to your wounded, your dead, your failed aspirants, and your obedience during the operation. In return, I enhance your surviving strength and provide a theatre of war in which the Imperium and Death Guard will bleed one another into exhaustion. You speak as if we are material. Fabius looked at him for a long moment. You are negotiating to become more expensive material. One of Corian's warriors growled and reached for his blade. Corian raised a hand. What do you require first? Volunteers. Corian laughed at that, harsh and humorless. You will not get them. I never said they had to know. The Shriven entered the war as allies. They left it as raw material. The first plague bombardment struck Varax Bastion at the turn of its false dawn. Death Guard cruisers emerged from warp translation amid clouds of flies that clung to void shields and died in glittering black smears. Their macro cannon fired shells the size of hab towers, each one packed not merely with explosives, but with living disease. Orbital defense platforms answered. Lance beams carved through plague frigates. Torpedoes crossed the dark in swarms. Imperial Navy monitors died with their crews still chanting fire orders. One moon fortress took a direct hit from a plague torpedo and spent 3 hours vomiting. Infected atmosphere before its reactor was ordered into overload, turning the installation into a brief, clean sun. Then the surface war began. Plague shells burst over trenches, and men died by the regiment. Some drowned as their lungs filled with green fluid. Some burst into clouds of flies. Some rose minutes later, with their faces slack and their hands clawing at former comrades. The dead became infantry. The wounded became plague. The terrified became vectors. PDF commanders screamed for reinforcements. Commissars executed deserters until bolt pistols overheated. Ministorum priests stood on armoured reliquaries and promised the Emperor's light while vomiting blood down their robes. Lehman Russ squadrons rolled through fields of corpses, firing battle cannons into fog banks full of shambling dead. Baneblades crushed plague zombies beneath their treads and kept firing until demon engines descended on them like rusted predators. The fortress world shook under the weight of war. The Shriven struck the western shield bastions as Fabius instructed. Corian believed he was taking a strategic objective. In a narrow sense, he was. His warriors fell upon Imperial defenders with brutal efficiency, chain blades and bolters tearing through trench lines, bunker gates and command galleries. Behind them came modified brutes, vat-grown shock forms, and Fabius's surgical servitors, not to hold ground, but to recover bodies. Imperial soldiers died in piles. Shriven died more slowly. Each wound registered in Fabius's remote feeds. Each failure added to a map no warlord on the field would ever see. By the second day, the Death Guard reached them. Then, the true experiment began. Fabius had altered the Shriven under the guise of reinforcement. Clotting enhancers, pain suppressors, aggression accelerants, redundant chemical hearts implanted among the most promising. Corian received the greatest gifts, and therefore the cruelest trap. His body had been made into a scaffold for transformation that would not activate until exposed to plague saturation, extreme trauma, and a command signal buried beneath a false painkiller regimen. When Typhus's vanguard struck the western bastion, the Shriven fought like cornered gods. Plague Marines advanced through bolter storms, their armour sloughing fragments, wounds weeping pus and black blood. Blight launchers vomited shells into barricades. Plague knives bit through ceramite, and left rust spreading from the cuts like hungry scripture. Shriven warriors hacked and fired and died in disciplined fury. Those who fell began to change. Their muscles swelled, their spines bent, their jaws cracked open wider than Astarte's anatomy allowed. Chemical sacs inflated beneath their armor. Pain vanished from them. Thought followed soon after. The Tarata were born on the battlefield. They tore into both sides. One shriven warrior, transformed into a hunched mass of muscle and exposed bone spurs, seized a plague marine by the helm and smashed him against a bunker wall until the head burst inside its corroded casing. Another Tarata took 3 crack missiles to the torso and continued crawling, dragging its intestines behind it like rope, biting through the ankle seals of imperial soldiers too slow to retreat. A third, charged through a cloud of phosphex residue while burning from the inside, reached a Death Guard champion and exploded in a spray of mutagenic blood that ate through armor paint and fed beautifully into Fabius's data recorders. Corian realized the betrayal too late. He found Fabius in the ruins of the Bastion's Medicae command vault, where surgical servitors processed wounded from 3 factions on blood-slick tables. Outside, plague zombies battered against sealed doors. Above, orbital fire turned the sky into a furnace. Corian's armor was split. His augmetic eye flickered. His flesh had begun to swell against the joints of his plate. "What did you do to us?" he snarled. Fabius stood beside an extraction rack, recording the final spasms of a captured plague marine's exposed organs. "I made you relevant." Corian raised his bolter. "Undo it." Impossible. Also undesirable. "My brothers are becoming beasts." "Your brothers were becoming casualties. I improved their contribution." Corian fired. The bolt shell struck a chirurgeon limb and blew it apart. Fabius moved as the second shot missed his helm by a finger's width. The rod of torment struck Corian in the chest. The shriven lord staggered, but did not fall. His altered body absorbed agony and turned it into rage. "Good," Fabius said. Corian charged. The fight ruined half the chamber. Corian struck with enough force to split adamantium tables. Fabius's servo limbs cut, injected, clamped and retreated. Corian's flesh thickened with every wound. His armor buckled outward, his spine lengthened. Horns of bone tore through the backplate. He screamed as transformation overtook discipline. Fabius watched him with open fascination, correcting dosage through dart shots and command pulses, shaping the collapse without stopping it. By the end, Argento Corian no longer stood as a space marine. He loomed as a golem of swollen muscle, fused ceramite, exposed bone, and implanted pain engines, his augmetic eye buried deep in a face that had split into a permanent snarl. Chains were welded around him while he thrashed. 3 servitors died securing his left arm. A 4th was bitten in half. Fabius approached once the beast had stabilized. "Corian," he said. The thing's remaining eye rolled toward him. "Remember enough to hate me." The golem roared, and the chamber shook. "Excellent." Then the custodes arrived. Their intervention cut across the war like a blade of sunlight through rot. Golden dropships punched through the contested orbital layer under impossible escort patterns. Teleport flares ignited in fortress vaults, plague command nodes and collapsing bastions. Adeptus Custodes advanced where they appeared, not as soldiers in the common sense, but as execution made articulate. Guardian spears spoke. Auramite armor shone through smoke, plague fog, and ash. They killed Tarata with the precision of surgeons and the speed of lightning given discipline. A custodian entered the western bastion's lower kill zone and slew 17 abominations in less than a minute. Fabius watched through a servo skull feed and felt something close to irritation become admiration. The custodian did not waste motion. His spear blade opened throats, severed spinal cords, split skulls, and punctured hearts. A Tarata twice his mass charged, trailing chains and its own viscera. The custodian pivoted, drove the guardian's spear through its knee, cut upward through its pelvis, and bisected it with a movement so clean that the halves took a second to realize gravity had claims upon them. He stepped through the falling gore without looking down. "Magnificent," Fabius murmured. Beside him, a beastkin handler grunted fearfully. "No," Fabius corrected. "Not magnificent. Over-refined." The Sisters of Silence came with them, null maidens moving through psychic filth like cold knives. Their presence hurt the warp. Demonic manifestations guttered near them. Plague chants faltered. Mutants with warp-fed senses shrieked and clawed their own faces. Fabius disliked them intensely. Their biology was rare, their silence inconvenient, and their value beyond calculation. Therefore, they had to be taken. He did not try to defeat the custodes. That was the error lesser warlords made when pride overruled function. He arranged collision. Death Guard pressure from the north. Tarata floods from the western breach. Imperial panic from collapsing shield relays. A false signal suggesting the Ark had been moved beneath the fortress cathedral. Custodes' spearheads redeployed to intercept Typhus's thrust. Sisters of Silence advanced through a plague-maddened reliquary district to sever warp contamination around a command shrine. Fabius's ambush waited beneath the shrine floor. Not weapons meant to kill them. Killing such specimens would be unforgivable. The floor collapsed into a null-dampened containment pit lined with layered stasis fields, non-lethal concussion charges, and neurotoxin aerosols tailored from battlefield observations. The sisters fought even as they fell. One cut a surgical servitor in two before the stasis mesh caught her. Another broke a new man's neck with the pommel of her blade. A third nearly reached the exit ramp before Fabius himself struck her with a restraint harpoon through the thigh and a paralytic spike beneath the ribs. The custodian came for them moments later. He broke through 2 blast doors and a wall of Tarata before reaching the chamber, armor slick with gore, spear blazing. Fabius had anticipated one. He had not anticipated that this one would arrive so quickly. The Golden Warrior said nothing. He simply attacked. Fabius survived, because 3 shriven Tarata, a plague-weakened support column, and the Corian Golem were released into the custodian's path at the same instant. The custodian killed the first Tarata with a thrust through the eye and brain. The second lost both arms before it could strike. The third detonated under implanted charges, showering the chamber in bone shards and clotting slime. Corian hit him through the cloud, roaring hate from a throat no longer shaped for speech. For 12 seconds, the custodian and the golem fought. Fabius had watched Primarch clones, demon engines, and Astartes champions in battle. This was different. The custodian was exactitude. Corian was catastrophe. The guardian spear carved chunks from the golem's body. Corian crushed floor plates under his fists, slammed the custodian into a stasis pillar hard enough to fracture its field casing, and took wounds that would have stopped any lesser monster. Fabius used the duel to withdraw the containment sleds holding his captured prizes. The custodian saw him. Their eyes met across the ruined chamber. In that gaze, Fabius saw no hatred. Hatred would have been familiar. He saw judgment stripped of rhetoric. The stasis pillar failed between them. The chamber flooded with white distortion. Fabius's guards died screaming without moving. Corian bellowed as half his body froze in temporal shear. The custodian vanished behind collapsing debris and plague smoke, still cutting. Fabius left with the prisoners. Above them, Typhus entered the war's heart. His voice rolled through infected vox channels, through plague bells, through the mouths of dying soldiers and the burst throats of priests. "Little butcher," said the herald of Nurgle, "you flee with stolen rot and borrowed flesh. All returns to the garden, even you, especially you." Fabius answered from the Vesalius as extraction craft screamed back through anti-air fire and orbital debris. "Your garden is a corpse refusing cremation." Typhus's laughter was the sound of wet soil moving. "You deny what feeds you." "I weaponize what contaminates others. There is a distinction. You belong to decay. I belong to my work. Everything rots. Then rot usefully." The connection drowned in plague static. Varax Bastion collapsed over the next 4 days. Its shield generators died one by one. Its fortress cathedrals became plague hives. Its trenches filled with the dead until tanks drove over bodies so deep their treads vanished in meat. Death Guard and imperial forces annihilated each other district by district. Custodes cut through corruption where they could, securing relics, killing priority threats, extracting what mattered to the Emperor's corpse-bound empire. The Shriven ceased to exist as a warband and continued as data, Tarata, tissue, and one chained golem locked in the lowest deck of the Vesalius, still roaring hate through welded jaws. Fabius did not win Varax. The Imperium did not win Varax. The Death Guard did not win Varax. That was the point. Every side paid him. The Death Guard gave plague samples, combat observations and pursuit pressure. The Shriven gave bodies. The Imperium gave rare prisoners, battlefield stress data, and the spectacle of Custodes' performance under impossible conditions. The Fortress world gave billions of deaths, each one part of a statistical cathedral no priest would ever comprehend. Even the Ark, sealed and whispering, provided reagents that could be refined, denied, inverted, or turned against the rot that birthed them. War was not a contest to be won. War was a harvest to be arranged. When the Vesalius returned to Urim, its hull was scarred, its lower decks quarantined, its beastkin depleted, and its vaults richer than before. Urim waited in the eye's poisoned embrace, a world of impossible alchemies, refuge to monsters, throne to none, and laboratory to the only mind they're worth obeying. Fabius descended into his hidden complex beneath black towers and meat-coloured stone, followed by servitors bearing stasis coffins, plague reliquaries, auramite fragments, null-touched restraints and gene caskets sealed beneath layered wards he did not believe in, but used because results mattered more than disdain. His operating chambers filled again. A captured custodian organ sample pulsed beneath containment glass. A sister of silence lay suspended in null-dampened stasis, surrounded by instruments too delicate to tremble. Plague matter from the Ark crawled in jars and tried to spell promises on the inside of the glass. Shreds of shriven gene line floated in nutrient columns. The Corian golem hammered against its chains in the deep vaults, every impact a reminder that betrayal could be made durable. Fabius walked among it all, his chirurgeon clicking softly behind him. He should have been satisfied. Instead, his thoughts turned toward a rumour that had already become a problem. Primaris. Calls improved warriors. The Imperium's sanctioned heresy dressed in gold leaf and Mechanicus incense. Taller Astartes. Stronger, more stable, refined in secret, while the Imperium condemned men like Fabius for daring to admit the Emperor's work could be amended. The hypocrisy was almost beautiful. almost. He stood before a hololithic projection of a Primaris space marine, assembled from stolen pict feeds, battlefield reports, dissected fragments and lies pried from captive mouths, reinforced physique, new organs, improved endurance, modified war gear integration, a crude but undeniable advancement. Fabius stared at the image for a long time. Around him, subjects screamed, machines sang. The Ark whispered rot. The null prisoner's silence pressed against the chamber like a cold wound. At last, Fabius smiled. "So," he said, "the corpse empire has remembered how to steal from me." The modern galaxy was a wound held open by failing hands. The great rift burned from one edge of the heavens to the other, a screaming scar through reality, where the immaterium pressed its mouth against the skin of the material universe and breathed madness into the stars. Worlds that had endured 10,000 years of siege, plague, famine and prayer now vanished behind storms of impossible color. Astropathic choirs died with their tongues aflame. Battle fleets translated into systems decades after they had departed, their crews old, dead, or not yet born according to clocks that could no longer be trusted. Shrine worlds drowned beneath demonic invasions, while forge worlds sealed their gates and sang machine cant to engines that answered in voices from beneath creation. The Imperium survived because it had forgotten how to do anything else. It survived by hurling bodies into the dark. It survived by feeding its corpse god. It survived by lying to itself with banners, saints, reinforcements, crusades, and the thunder of guns. It survived because the primarch of the Ultramarines had returned from legend, and because Belisarius Call, that sprawling heretic wrapped in Martian incense and imperial permission, had unveiled his answer to 10,000 years of rot, Primaris Space Marines. Fabius Bile studied the pict captures in silence. The figures moved across the hololithic display with the heavy grace of improved murder. Taller than the older Astartes, broader, more resilient, reinforced by new organs, new armor, new doctrine, new hypocrisy. Their bolt rifles spoke with clean wrath. Their Mark 10th warplate endured punishment that would have crippled lesser patterns. Their formations were crude in their confidence, but effective. Their gene architecture, as far as Fabius had extracted from battlefield remnants and unwilling witnesses, showed refinement beyond the Emperor's original work. Not brilliance, refinement. That distinction mattered. Around him, the chamber of Urim hummed with restrained atrocity. Stasis cylinders lined the walls, each containing flesh that had been denied the peace of completion. Gene caskets rested beneath engraved seals. Chirurgeon servitors hung from ceiling rails like sleeping insects. In the lower pits, the Corian golem roared inside its restraints, striking the wall with enough force to make dust drift from the vaulted ceiling. Somewhere behind the eastern bulkhead, a captured plague sample from the Ark. Cornu Contagious whispered promises through glass, forming wet words that Fabius had ordered scraped away every hour. He ignored all of it. His attention belonged to the Primaris. A lesser man would have raged. A lesser heretic would have declared insult, theft, blasphemy, or vindication. Fabius felt only a cold, precise amusement. For 10,000 years the Imperium had condemned him as monster, flesh heretic, gene thief, and blasphemer. Then, when the galaxy cracked, it reached into hidden vaults and drew forth the same truth he had spoken since the Great Crusade. The Emperor's work could be improved. The difference was that Cal had improved it cautiously, reverently, with one hand on the scalpel and the other clutching dogma like a talisman. Fabius would not be so timid. "The corpse empire limps forward," he said. Oleander Coe stood nearby, watching the hololith with a half-smile that failed to reach his eyes. He had survived, as vermin and clever men survived, by learning when to speak and when to let silence earn interest. "You admire them," Oleander said. "I identify utility." That sounded almost generous. "Then clean your ears." A new man technician adjusted the projection, revealing organ diagrams assembled from stolen data. The Bellisarian furnace, the sinew coils, the Magnificat, Karl's hidden miracles, each one sanctified by imperial desperation and Mechanicus self-deception. Fabius leaned closer. "There," he said softly. "There is the shape of it. Not genius, compensation, correction layered over inherited flaws, a patch placed upon old architecture and mistaken for revelation." Oleander glanced at him. "Can you surpass it?" Fabius turned. Oleander lowered his gaze a fraction too late. "The question is not whether I can surpass it," Fabius said. "The question is whether anything of Cowl's will remain recognizable when I am done." The Tsar Kisita was not merely a vessel. It was an ark of secrets pretending to be a machine. Cowl's wandering fortress laboratory moved through the void like a forged moon given motive will, a mass of armored structures, data vaults, manufactoria, hangars, shielded sanctums, and weapon arrays bound together by the arrogance of a mind too large for any single body. It bore Mechanicus prayers in every circuit. Its machine spirit was ancient, layered, eccentric, and savagely defended. Its defenders included Skitari cohorts, battle servitors, gun batteries, kill protocols, combat automata, and secrets that were themselves weapons. Fabius did not attack it as a warlord. He dissected it. First came the lies, false distress signals from a forged shrine that had never existed, ghost code fragments carrying the imprint of a lost STC component, a trail of corrupted data so delicately poisoned that only a mind as arrogant as Cawl's would believe itself able to consume it safely. Then came the cyber attack, not a crude flood of scrap code, but a surgical infection delivered through devotional subroutines, false maintenance prayers, and captured Mechanicus authentication cant. The Tsar Quisita's outer systems resisted. Fabius had expected that. They also adapted. He had expected that as well. He fed them more. On the third cycle of the intrusion, whole sections of the Ark's peripheral auger spine began reporting phantom borders. Defense cohorts redeployed. Gun servitors targeted empty corridors. Shield shutters sealed around data vaults that were not threatened. Machine spirits argued with themselves in binary shrieks, while the Vesalius slid beneath the Ark's engagement profile, wrapped in stolen night shield distortion and the shadow of dead debris. Then the boarding wave struck. Beastmen slammed into the first breach points, howling through smoke and decompression alarms. Their boarding claws bit into the Ark's hull. Their bodies burst through access channels in a tide of horn, fur, iron masks, and crude devotion. Skitari met them with radium fire and galvanic rifles. The first ranks died beautifully, their bones glowing beneath their skin before organs cooked and collapsed. The second ranks climbed over them. The third carried toxin bombs strapped beneath their ribs. Behind them came Tarata. The modified horrors hit the Mechanicus defense lines with no regard for preservation. One brute, its arms overgrown into siege limbs, took a phosphor blast to the head and continued forward blind, swinging until it crushed 3 Skitari into the wall in a paste of metal, bone, and red augmetic oil. Another was bisected by a conversion beamer, but dragged itself onward by its hands, trailing steaming intestines and biting through a servitor's knee joint. before a plasma caliver turned it into mist. Mutants flooded side corridors, many dying to rad saturation, others living long enough to vomit corrosive compounds into vent systems. Fabius watched casualty streams from his assault cradle, not with excitement, not with fear, with the calm concentration of a savant reading scripture written in arterial. Spray. Deck resistance? Outer medici ring engaged, answered a Newman officer. His voice was clipped, controlled, worthy of the design that had produced him. Mechanicus cohorts responding from dorsal batteries. Beastkin losses severe. Expected. Tarata survivability lower than projected against phosphor saturation. Adjust future dermal plating. Continue. What of the obvious vault? Fabius smiled. The obvious vault contained gene data. Yes. It contained samples. Yes. It contained enough technological bait to make a lesser raider drunk with triumph. Cole had hidden it behind layers of defense because he wanted certain intruders to believe it mattered most. It did not. Fabius wanted the living key. Alpha Primus. Cal's first and strangest son moved through the inner decks like a storm contained in armor. Not Primaris in any simple sense. Not merely Astartes. A prototype. A vessel of contradictions. A being burdened by psychic torment. Engineered potential, and the cruel intimacy of being made before the design had learned mercy. His flesh carried answers Call had not committed fully to data. His progenoid material was not merely a source, it was testimony. It bore the hesitation, ambition, arrogance, and concealed failures of the Primaris project. Fabius had no intention of asking Call for it. He found Alpha Primus in a chamber of broken glass, burning servitors and flickering machine icons. The warrior stood amid the remains of a Tarata kill pack, his blade wet to the hilt, psychic force shimmering around him like heat above a pyre. His armor was scored, but he was not slowed. Around him, Fabius's creatures lay in pieces. Arms twitched. Heads pulped by bolt fire smoked against the floor. One brute's torso had been split from collar to groin, its organs spilling in a steaming fan across sacred deck plating. Alpha Primus looked at Fabius and did not speak at once. That was wise. Fabius stepped over a severed hand. "You are better than the others." Alpha Primus's eyes narrowed. "You are Fabius Bile. Still? You should be dead." An opinion often expressed by those with poor follow-through. The warrior raised his weapon. Psychic pressure thickened the air. Instruments cracked. The nearest mutant began bleeding from the eyes and nose before collapsing. "You will not reach Call." "I am not here for Call." Alpha Primus understood a heartbeat too late. The chamber sealed, not by Mechanicus' command, but by Fabius's intrusion blooming through the local systems at last. Null capsules hidden inside the dead Tarata opened. The air filled with a pressure that gnawed at psychic force and made it gutter. Alpha Primus staggered, not from fear, but from sudden absence. Fabius's contagion unfolded. The fight was brief, only because Fabius had built the battlefield before entering it. Alpha Primus was faster than most Astartes, stronger than many, and tormented by gifts that made him dangerous in ways simple warriors were not. He cut through 2 servo limbs, drove Fabius back with a blow that cracked his breastplate, and nearly took his head with the next strike. Fabius let the blade pass close enough to score his helm. He needed the angle. He needed the warrior extended. The rod of torment struck Alpha Primus in the side. The warrior grunted, but did not fall. "Interesting," Fabius said. Alpha Primus seized him by the throat and lifted him from the deck. The chirurgeon answered with 4 limbs at once. One injected paralytic foam into the elbow joint. Another drove a restraint spike beneath the ribs. A third cut armor seals at the hip. A fourth punched through the thigh and released a compound designed not to kill, but to force every muscle group into contradictory command. Alpha Primus slammed Fabius into the wall hard enough to fracture the plating behind him. Then his own body betrayed him. He dropped to one knee. Fabius landed, adjusted his damaged helm, and stepped close. "You are not the future," he told him. "You are the draft." Alpha Primus snarled through locked teeth. "Call will hunt you. Call already hunts himself. I merely follow the blood trail." The extraction needle entered beneath the progenoid shield. Alpha Primus roared then, and the chamber trembled with restrained psychic force. Fabius harvested quickly, efficiently, with the delicacy of a thief cutting a jewel from a crown, while the king still breathed. He did not take enough to kill. Death would bring pursuit sharpened by martyrdom. He took enough to learn. Then he left the Zarkesitor burning behind him in pockets of false victory. Cal's defenders destroyed the beastkin boarding waves. The Tarata were purged. Mutants were incinerated by the thousand. The obvious vault remained secure. The Ark survived, scarred, furious and poorer in ways its master would understand too late. Fabius returned to Urim with the stolen material. The primarch question had been answered in part. The call question remained. Pontus Avernes provided the next incision. It was a world of old stones, sealed research vaults, and frightened minds gathered beneath the pretense of inquiry. Call had arranged the conclave to discuss matters that gnawed at the modern galaxy's failing edges: necron pylons, blackstone resonance, the corrosion of real space, the great rift's pressure upon mortal existence. Tech priests came wrapped in robes and machine limbs. Imperial savants came with sealed data slates and guarded expressions. Militarized escorts watched every shadow. Some understood that the necron pylon network might offer means to stitch shut or stabilize wounds in reality. Others understood only that knowledge had become a battlefield where ignorance meant extinction. Fabius entered as a corpse, not his own. A dead adept carried him in, flesh emptied and repurposed, skull filled with a relay node, organs replaced by folded tools and nerve thread. He rose from it in the middle of a sealed laboratory, while Call's attendants turned in alarm and the first servitors brought weapons to bear. The dead adept opened like a flower of meat. Fabius stepped from within, armor unfolding from compacted segments, chirurgeon limbs rising wetly behind him. "Belisarius," he said. Cal turned slowly. The Archmagos Dominus was less a man than a moving argument against limitation. Robes, limbs, lenses, mechadendrites, weapon mounts, cogitator stacks, and bodies within bodies. His voices arrived layered, amused, irritated, and ancient. "Fabius Bile, I wondered when the smell would resolve into you. Your security has improved. You still entered through a cadaver. One uses local architecture." Alarms began to wail. Fabius released a pulse from his gauntlet. Across the chamber, several cogitator banks sparked and died. Others began displaying false life signs. A servitor fired into another servitor. A tech priest screamed binary outrage as his own mechadendrites locked around his throat. Call did not move. "You came to steal. I came to correct a conversation. We were discussing Blackstone, pylons, and the survival of real space." "Yes, poorly." Cole's lenses contracted. "You have become bold." "I have become bored by being proven correct slowly." The laboratory became a battlefield without armies. Arguments struck first. Data captures, accusations, projected helix maps, pylon resonance models, primaris architecture, necron suppression fields, warp pressure calculations. Call unleashed machine proofs like artillery. Fabius countered with stolen samples, field observations, corrupted Mechanicus records, and the biological consequences of cosmic rupture. Every statement was a trap, every concession a feint, every data point ammunition. Around them, their servants killed and died between workstations, beneath suspended necron fragments, beside pylon shards that made the air feel thin and wrong. A Scitarius fired at Fabius from behind a containment pillar. A chirurgeon limb caught the shot across reinforced plating, while another returned a needle through the warrior's throat seal. The Scitarius fell, twitching, body still trying to obey combat protocols while blood foamed through rebreather tubes. Cal's mechadendrites lashed toward Fabius with cutting tools, injector claws, and arcane devices. Fabius met them with his own limbs in a storm of sparks and surgical precision. Neither truly sought the immediate kill. Both were testing, sampling, measuring reaction, degradation, adaptation. "You pretend to despise me," Cal said through 3 mouths, 1 organic, 2 synthetic. "Yet all your work skulks in shadows. I improved the angels of death and gave them to mankind at scale. You gave the Imperium taller chains. I gave it survival. You gave it delay. Delay is victory, when extinction stands at the gate." Spoken like a sanctioned coward. Cole's eye lenses flared. "And you? You birth monsters in hidden pits and call them evolution because morality never survived first contact with your ego." Fabius smiled. "Morality is a quarantine protocol for weak civilizations. It is also why you will never build anything that does not eventually turn on you. Everything turns on its maker. The question is whether it does so beautifully." Cal struck him then, not with anger, but with a weapon hidden inside rhetoric. A lance of energy from a concealed mechadendrite took Fabius through the chest. Armor burst inward, organs vaporized. He staggered, the chirurgeon spasming around him. Pain came in a clean wave. His body began to die. Cal advanced. "There," said the Archmagos, "a temporary solution to a persistent contamination." Fabius coughed blood into his helm. "Temporary. Correct." His body collapsed. Elsewhere, beneath the laboratory floor, a clone opened its eyes. Another in orbit breathed for the first time. A third, hidden inside a coffin aboard a false pilgrim ship 2 systems away, received the memory signal and began screaming as identity flooded into unused nerves. In the laboratory, the dying Fabius smiled with bloody teeth. Cal's lenses narrowed. "You distributed yourself." "I learned from history," Fabius whispered. "Killing fathers rarely ends families." The body died laughing. The surviving versions of Fabius Bile departed Pontus Avernes with enough data to make the intrusion profitable and enough losses to irritate him. Cal survived. Of course he did. The Archmagos was too useful to the universe's comedy to perish simply because Fabius wished the satisfaction. Their war would continue in vaults, stolen samples, battlefield corpses, corrupted archives and engineered generations. That was acceptable. Victory was for simple minds. Continuity was superior. On Urim, the living Fabius stood once more in the great Gene Cathedral beneath his fortress, surrounded by the assembled evidence of his refusal to end. Clone bodies slept in sarcophagi. Autonomous selves worked in distant laboratories, each believing itself central because each was, in a manner of speaking. New men officers waited in silence. Beastkin pressed their horned heads to the floor. Vat soldiers stood in ranks, breathing through iron masks. Gland hounds watched him with eyes too human to be dismissed and too engineered to be innocent. They knelt. All of them. Fabius looked upon the gesture with irritation that had become familiar enough to resemble fear. "Stand," he said. None moved. A murmur passed through them, low at first, then rising from throat to throat, deck to deck, vault to vault. Not imperial prayer, not chaos chant, not the debased hymns of Fulgrim's lost children. Something newer, cruder, more dangerous because it had not yet learned what shape it wanted. Pater mutatis. Fabius's hands curled. Stand. The chant deepened. Pater mutatis. Pater mutatis. He had denied gods for 10,000 years and been correct to do so. Gods were predatory accumulations of belief and warp pressure. Gods were storms fed by emotion. Gods were parasites swollen by the weakness of minds that preferred worship to understanding. He had dissected faith in others and found only hunger wearing a crown. Yet belief did not require consent from its object. Across hidden colonies, new men spoke his name as Origin. In mutant undercities, beastkin carved crude marks of his chirurgeon into bone. In gene cults, seeded through imperial worlds, children born stronger than their fathers whispered of the Maker who had corrected them. Vat soldiers died with his title bubbling through split lips. Cloned agents carried his face into courts, battlefields, monasteries, forge vaults, and rebellion cells. Every plan laid centuries apart moved by blood, memory, and cultivated devotion. The warp listened to such things. Fabius could feel it now, at the edge of perception he had spent lifetimes denying. Not a voice, not yet. Not a god reaching for him with talons. Something worse. A reflection forming in the dark. A shape made from reverence, fear, dependency, and the terrible hope of beings he had created to surpass the need for fathers. He had made sons. They had made a father. He turned from them, cloak dragging through the surgical mist. Chirurgeon limbs folding tight against his back. Behind him, the chant continued. It followed him through sealed doors and sterile corridors. It vibrated in the machinery. It crawled along the spine of the fortress and down into the clone vaults, where sleeping bodies waited to inherit him. In his private chamber, Fabius stood before the glass and watched Urum's diseased horizon twist beneath the eye's impossible light. The galaxy beyond was already seeded. On hive worlds, hidden gene cults altered bloodlines, one marriage, one birth, one replacement heir at a time. In underhives, new men guided gangs and militias toward wars whose outcomes had been calculated before the first blade was drawn. In void stations, beastkin packs guarded vaults of samples they believed to be holy relics. On frontier worlds, vat soldiers marched beneath false banners, dying for causes that concealed older purposes. In noble courts, cloned faces smiled with inherited memories. In laboratories no imperial map recorded, autonomous Fabius bodies woke, worked, argued, corrected, and continued. The Imperium still prayed, chaos still laughed, Call still schemed inside his machine cathedral. The necron still guarded secrets older than mankind's first breath. And Fabius Bile, the spider, the manflayer, the clone lord, the chem master, the primogenitor, the hated father of a future he refused to call sacred, smiled at the thought that mankind might yet survive. Not pure, not free, not holy, corrected, scarred, his.